Hey guys, after a couple of short stories, here another long one for you. Hope you like my spin on this story. If you do, please like and subscribe. Main story. After transmigrating into a wealthy family's fake young master, the first thing I did was not enjoy luxury cars, private clubs, or the kind of champagne that cost more than my previous life's monthly salary. No. The first thing I did was calculate how much money I needed to disappear cleanly. Anyone who had read enough novels knew the rule. Out of 10 fake young masters, 9 ended up humiliated, bankrupted, crippled, or dead. The remaining one became a stepping stone for the real young master's emotional growth. Unfortunately, I was not only the fake young master. I was also married. And my wife, Willow, was supposed to become the real young master's wife after divorcing me. A clean, standard, wealthy family face-slapping plot. So the moment I realized what world I had landed in, I made a plan. Step 1, act obedient. Step 2, sign the property division agreement. Step 3, take the $500 million breakup fee. Step 4, divorce Willow. Step 5, leave the country before the real young master, Makoto Wang, decided my continued breathing was offensive to him. Perfect. Textbook survival. I even booked a yacht. The kind with white leather seats, polished wood flooring, and enough space for one fake young master and his emotional support bank balance. Everything was ready. All that remained was the divorce agreement. At 8 that evening, I placed the document in front of Willow. Sign it, I said gently. This is good for both of us. Willow was sitting across from me in the private dining room. She wore a black dress, her long hair pinned behind one ear, her face cold enough to freeze boiling soup. In the original plot, at this point, she should have looked at me with calm disgust and signed without hesitation. Then she would leave. Then Makoto would enter. Then they would begin their destined, tragic romantic entanglement, or whatever torturous nonsense the author had planned. I was ready. I had even prepared my farewell speech. Willow lowered her eyes and looked at the agreement. Then she picked it up. I smiled. Good. Very good. Sensible wife. Beautiful wife. Soon-to-be ex-wife. Then Willow tore the agreement in half. Rip. My smile froze. Then she tore it again. Rip. And again. Rip. In less than 10 seconds, my carefully prepared divorce agreement became snowflakes in her hands. I stared at the paper scraps. Then I stared at her. Then I looked at the ceiling. Was there a hidden camera? Had the plot malfunctioned? Willow, I said carefully, are you feeling unwell? She looked at me. Her eyes were very calm. Too calm. The kind of calm people had right before making someone disappear from this world. I'm very well, she said. Then why did you tear up our divorce agreement? Because I'm not divorcing you. I inhaled. Exhaled. Inhaled again. Still alive. Still confused. You don't have to be polite. I leaned forward and lowered my voice. I know I'm not the Wang family's biological son. The real young master is back. Our marriage was a business arrangement anyway. If you divorce me now, no one will blame you. Willow's fingers tightened around the torn paper. For a moment, something flashed in her eyes. Pain. Regret. Fear. Impossible. This was Willow Liu, Orange City's #1 ice beauty. If emotions were listed on the stock exchange, Willow's face would have been suspended for lack of trading volume. She placed the torn agreement on the table. George, she said, listen carefully. I sat straighter. When Makoto returns tomorrow, Do not believe anything he says. My heart skipped. What? Do not drink anything he gives you. Do not sign anything he brings you. Do not stand alone with him near stairs, pools, balconies, parking garages, empty conference rooms, or hospitals. I stared at her. What kind of survival checklist was this? And most importantly, Willow continued, do not try to leave the country in the next month. My eyelid twitched. How did you know I was leaving the country? Willow paused. Then she said expressionlessly, your suitcase is under the bed. Fair enough. But how did you know about the yacht? Her expression did not change. You used our marriage anniversary as the password for your booking account. I went silent. That was not romantic. That was cybersecurity negligence. Willow stood up and walked toward me. I instinctively leaned back. She placed both hands on the table and looked down at me. From today onward, you are not allowed to run. I laughed dryly. You make it sound like I'm your prisoner. You are my husband. That's temporary. No, she said, it is. My heart gave a strange thump. Not from romance. From terror. Because according to the plot, Willow should have hated me. According to the plot, she should have chosen Makoto. According to the plot, I should have been free by now. So why was my cold wife suddenly acting like the female lead, had read a different script? The next day, the Wang family held a homecoming banquet for Makoto. Crystal chandeliers. Red carpet. Reporters. Champagne tower. A violin quartet playing music so elegant I finally understood why rich people always looked 1 second away from bankruptcy and murder. I stood near the side of the hall with a glass of juice in my hand. Not wine. Willow had personally changed it. Alcohol affects judgment, she said. I wanted to say 500 million affected my judgment more. But I did not dare. Since tearing up the divorce papers, Willow had become strange. Very strange. At breakfast, she asked if I wanted eggs. I said yes. She gave me 3. At lunch, she asked if I was cold. It was 30 degrees outside. At 2 in the afternoon, she sent me a message. Do not trust Makoto. At 3, another message. Do not trust Diego either. At 4, another. If anyone surnamed Wang asks you to go to the study alone, call me first. I looked at my phone and felt numb. Sister, I was surnamed Wang too. Well, temporarily. At 7, Makoto appeared. The hall quieted. He walked in wearing a dark suit, tall and thin, with sharp eyebrows and deep eyes. His whole person gave off the aura of a man who had suffered greatly and planned to make that everyone else's problem. The guests whispered, "That's the real young master. He looks impressive. Poor thing, living outside for so many years. And George Wang, isn't he awkward now?" Yes. Very awkward. I raised my glass and silently wished Makoto a happy family reunion, booming career, satisfying revenge arc, and absolutely no interest in me. Makoto walked onto the stage. My adoptive father, millionaire Wang, stood beside him with red eyes. My adoptive mother, Misty, was already crying. Makoto took the microphone. "Thank you all for coming," he said. His voice was low. Calm. Dangerous. I never thought I would return to my real family one day. The crowd applauded. I applauded too. Very sincerely. Welcome back, brother. Please inherit everything and forget I exist. Makoto's gaze swept across the room. Then it landed on me. I immediately felt my scalp tighten. Here it came. The classic first strike. Sure enough, Makoto smiled faintly. And of course, I must thank my elder brother, George. All eyes turned toward me. I nearly crushed the juice glass. Makoto continued. For 25 years, he lived in my place, enjoyed my parents' love, used my identity, and received everything that should have belonged to me. The hall went silent. I kept smiling. Inside, I had already packed my dignity into 8 suitcases and shipped it overseas. Say whatever you want. As long as I got my money, I could tolerate anything. But before I could perform my role as the humiliated fake young master, Willow moved. She stepped beside me. Then she took my hand. In front of everyone. My brain short-circuited. Makoto's smile froze slightly. Willow looked at him and said calmly, "Mr. Makoto, your suffering deserves sympathy. But George was an infant when the switch happened. He did not choose his identity." The room went even quieter. I looked at Willow in shock. Was she defending me? In public? Against the male lead? Was this banquet still under warranty? Makoto's eyes darkened. Sister-in-law seems protective of my brother. Willow smiled. Not warmly. It was the kind of smile that made lawyers check their life insurance. He is my husband. Of course I protect him. My heart thumped again. This time a little harder. Makoto stared at her. Willow stared back. For some reason, I felt like the air between them contained a past grudge I knew nothing about. Finally, Makoto lowered his eyes and laughed. "You're right, I spoke too harshly." The guests relaxed. The banquet resumed. But I did not relax. Because across the hall near the staircase stood another man. My second uncle. Diego Wang. He was in his 50s, refined, smiling, with gold-rimmed glasses, and the kind of gentle appearance that made people forget snakes were also smooth. He looked at Makoto, then at Willow, then at me. His smile deepened. I suddenly remembered Willow's message. Do not trust Diego either. My stomach sank. In the original plot, Diego was just a side character. A greedy uncle. A minor villain. A stepping stone. But Willow treated him like the final boss. Something was wrong. Very wrong. After the banquet, I was summoned to the study. Summoned. What a rich family word. In my previous life, if someone wanted to talk to me, they sent a Teams message saying quick sync. Here they sent servants. Mr. George, Chairman Wang asks you to come to the study. I immediately remembered Willow's warning. If anyone surnamed Wang asks you to go to the study alone, call me first. So I took out my phone. Before I could dial, Willow's call came in. I answered. Where are you? She asked. Outside the study. Do not go in alone. Your timing is terrifying. Wait for me. 30 seconds later, Willow arrived. Walking fast. Expression cold. Heels hitting the marble floor like a countdown to someone's bankruptcy. She stood beside me and said, "Let's go." I whispered, "Are you sure? This is family business." "You are my family." I shut up. Because honestly, what could I say to that? Inside the study were millionaire Wang, Misty, Makoto, Diego, and the family lawyer. A complete lineup. The lawyer placed the property division agreement on the desk. "Mr. George Wang," he said, "after discussion, the Wang family will give you a one-time compensation payment of $500 million. The properties and vehicles under your name will remain yours. In exchange, you will give up all claims to Wang Group shares." Music to my ears. $500 million. My clean escape fund. My private island. My seafood buffet. My wasted rich man life. I reached for the pen. Willow stepped on my foot. Hard. I nearly yelped. She smiled at the room. We need time to review the agreement. I turned to her with my eyes. Why? Why review? It says 500 million. Could there be poison in the ink? Diego smiled gently. Willow, this is the Wang family's goodwill toward George. Surely the Liu family has no objection. Willow looked at him. Goodwill does not fear review. Makoto leaned back in his chair. Brother, what do you think? I thought I wanted to sign. I thought if I delayed, the money might grow legs and run away. But Willow's heel was still on my foot. And for some reason, Diego's smile made my back cold. So I coughed. I trust my wife. The room changed. Just a little. Millionaire Wang looked relieved. Misty looked emotional. Makoto looked surprised. Diego's smile did not move, but his eyes cooled. Willow finally removed her foot. The lawyer nodded. Of course, you may take the agreement back for review. After leaving the study, I pulled Willow into the corridor. What are you doing? Saving you. From 500 million. From a trap. I frowned. What trap? Willow opened the agreement and pointed to a clause on page 7. I leaned closer. The clause said that after accepting compensation, I would voluntarily waive all legal rights related to identity fraud, inheritance disputes, and damages arising from the baby switch incident. I blinked. So if Diego was involved in the baby switch, and you sign this, you lose the right to sue him later. I paused. That had not occurred to me. Willow turned another page. And this clause requires you to cooperate with all future Wang Group investigations into past financial activity. I felt my neck stiffen. Investigations. If they frame you for financial misconduct, this clause forces you to hand over records, devices, passwords, and bank accounts. My hand tightened on the papers. In the original plot, George signed quickly. Then Makoto used the company accounts to accuse him of misappropriation. Then everyone abandoned him. Then either prison or death. I had remembered that part vaguely, but I thought I could avoid it by leaving fast. Willow looked at me. George, your problem is that you think running is survival. I frowned. Isn't it? No, not if the people behind you are already aiming at your back. I stared at her. Her voice was too certain. This was not business instinct. This was experience. Willow, I asked slowly, how do you know all this? She folded the agreement. I'm smart. That answer is insulting to both of us. She ignored me and started walking. I followed. Wait, are you secretly investigating the Wang family? No answer. Do you know something about Makoto? No answer. Did you hire a fortune teller? Still no answer. At the end of the corridor, she suddenly stopped. I almost bumped into her. She turned and said, George, if one day you find out I lied to you, will you hate me? I froze. The question came too suddenly. And too seriously. Depends on the lie. What if I lied because I wanted to keep you alive? My chest tightened. For a few seconds, I did not know how to respond. Finally, I said, then at least choose a lie that comes with dinner. Willow stared at me. Then she laughed. A real laugh. Soft. Brief. Beautiful. I stood there stunned. In 3 months of marriage, I had never seen her laugh like that. Then she turned away. Come home tonight, she said. To which home? Our home. I scratched my head. You mean the apartment we bought after marriage, but never lived in because you said the interior design was ugly. Yes, it is ugly. I had it renovated. When? Before you asked for the divorce. I went silent. This woman had prepared everything. My room. My escape route. My bank account. My divorce agreement. My enemies. I suddenly had a terrifying thought. Maybe I was not the only one who knew the plot. That night, Diego Wang sat in his private tea room. Across from him sat Makoto. The tea was expensive. The room was quiet. The floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked half of Orange City. Diego poured tea with steady hands. Your speech tonight was impulsive, he said. Makoto's face darkened. George deserved it. George is not the problem. He occupied my life. Diego placed the teapot down. No, he occupied a title. There is a difference. Makoto's eyes sharpened. Diego smiled mildly. Titles can be taken back. Money can be taken back. Shares can be taken back. But if you waste your energy hating George, you will miss the real prize. The Wang Group. Correct. Makoto leaned back. I want both. Then learn patience. Diego opened a folder and pushed it across the table. Inside were copies of George's past financial approvals, expense reports, and investment transfers. Makoto flipped through them. Can these bring him down? They can start an investigation. Not enough. Of course not, Diego smiled. But once the investigation starts, more evidence can appear. Makoto looked up. You mean forged evidence? Diego did not answer directly. He only said, public opinion does not require truth, it requires timing. Makoto's lips curved. And Willow. At the mention of Willow, Diego's smile faded slightly. She is unexpected. She defended George. Yes. In the information you gave me, she should have wanted to divorce him. That was the information I had. Makoto's eyes turned cold. Then your information is wrong. Diego's fingers tapped the table once. Only once. But the sound made the room colder. Be careful when speaking to me. Makoto met his gaze. For a few seconds, neither spoke. Then Makoto lowered his eyes. My apologies, uncle. Diego smiled again. There is another piece. He took out a photograph. Makoto looked at it. The photo showed a young man in a cheap hoodie, standing outside an internet cafe with a backpack over one shoulder. He looked ordinary. Thin. Tired. His eyes were lowered, as if he feared being seen. Who is this? Makoto asked. David. Makoto frowned. The programmer. Diego nodded. He was one of the children from the orphanage connected to the baby switch case. For years, I thought he was irrelevant, but recently, someone began checking his files. Willow. Possibly. Makoto stared at the photo. Why does he matter? Diego's smile became very faint. Because if the DNA record I buried years ago is wrong, then David may become troublesome. Makoto understood. His fingers tightened on the photo. Is he the real Wang heir? Not if we move first. What do you want me to do? Diego poured another cup of tea. Bring him to our side, offer money, offer status, offer revenge. Poor people are easiest to buy when they have been ignored for too long. Makoto looked at David's photo again. And if he refuses? Diego's voice remained gentle. Then make sure he cannot be used by Willow. I first met David in a coffee shop that smelled like burnt beans and student debt. He was sitting in the corner with a laptop covered in faded stickers. Black hoodie, old sneakers, hair slightly messy. The kind of man who looked like he had lost 3 arguments with life and was preparing for a 4th. Willow sat beside me. Across from us, David looked uneasy. "Why did you want to meet me?" he asked. I looked at Willow. Willow looked at me. Then she said, "Because someone may approach you soon." David frowned. "Who?" "Makoto Wang or Diego Wang." At the surname Wang, his expression changed. "Not much, but enough." I caught it. "You know them?" I asked. David closed the laptop slowly. "No, that was a lie. A bad one. As a former corporate drone, I had no major talents, but I could recognize workplace lying. It usually sounded like, 'The report is almost done,' or 'I'll circle back.'" Willow said, "David, your adoptive father's medical debt was paid off last year by a shell company under Diego Wang's control." David's face went pale. I turned to Willow. "Again, how did she know everything? Did she have a subscription to Everyone's Secrets Premium?" David clenched his fingers. "I didn't ask for that money." "But you accepted it," Willow said. His jaw tightened. "My dad needed surgery." "I'm not judging you." "You sound like you are." Willow went quiet. I looked at David and sighed. "Look, brother, I'll be honest. I don't even fully understand what's happening. I was supposed to take 500 million and go live on a beach, but my wife has apparently decided I'm not allowed to retire." Willow glanced at me. I pretended not to see. David stared at me. "You're George Wang." "Temporarily. The fake young master. Unfortunately famous." He gave a short laugh. "Not friendly. You people really are interesting. Real young master, fake young master, rich families naming children like product categories." I nodded. "I agree, very unhealthy branding." David looked at Willow. "What do you want from me?" Willow placed a file on the table. "Your birth record." David did not touch it. His eyes stayed fixed on the folder. "Like it was a bomb. Or salvation." "My birth record burned in an orphanage fire." "No," Willow said. "The public copy burned, the backup did not." David's breathing changed. I suddenly understood. He knew. Maybe not everything. But he knew enough to spend years pretending not to know. Slowly, David opened the folder. Inside was a photocopy of an old hospital record. A newborn boy. Date. Time. Blood type. Mother's name hidden. Father unknown. Then another page. A DNA comparison. Not complete. Not official. But enough to suggest something impossible. David's fingers trembled. "What is this?" Willow said softly, "Evidence that your identity may have been stolen." David laughed once. Dry. Bitter. "My identity." He pushed the folder back. "I grew up in 3 foster homes. I ate leftovers. I coded websites for scam companies because no proper company would hire me without a degree. I slept in internet cafes when rent was short." His eyes reddened. "Now you come here and tell me I might be someone important." I did not speak. Because what could I say? "Congratulations. You may be the true heir to a family that lost you for 25 years. Surprise, your suffering may have been caused by rich people fighting over shares. Sorry, your life was ruined by someone else's boardroom ambitions. All useless." David stood up. I don't want to be used. Willow looked at him. Then don't let Diego use you. He froze. For a moment his face showed fear. Then anger. Then shame. I understood. Diego already contacted you. David looked away. Willow's expression tightened. What did he ask you to do? David said nothing. I leaned forward. Listen to me. I don't care if you hate the Wang family. I don't care if you hate me. Honestly, sometimes I hate this mess too, but Diego is not helping you. He is buying you. David snapped. Easy for you to say. You grew up rich. That hit accurately. I had no defense. Because the original George had grown up rich. And I had inherited his benefits. Luxury clothes. Private schools. Family name. Protection. Even if I was fake, I had enjoyed real comfort. David had not. So I nodded. You're right. He looked surprised. I continued. I did grow up with things you didn't have. I don't get to pretend otherwise. But if Diego stole something from you, helping him bury it won't get it back. David's eyes flickered. Willow said, Makoto will come to you. He will tell you George stole your life. He will tell you I am using you. He will offer you money and revenge. David's voice was hoarse. And what are you offering? Willow did not hesitate. The truth. David stared at her. Then at me. Truth doesn't pay hospital bills. I took out a card and placed it on the table. Then I'll pay them. Willow looked at me. David looked at me too. I coughed. Don't misunderstand. I'm not buying you. I'm investing in not getting murdered by the plot. David frowned. What plot? Never mind. He looked at the card. His fingers twitched, but he did not take it. Good. At least he still had pride. Bad. Pride was expensive. I pushed the card closer. Take it as a loan. No interest. Pay me back when you become a rich programmer. David laughed bitterly. What if I never do? Then pay me back by not becoming Diego's knife. The coffee shop fell quiet. After a long time, David picked up the card. I already did something for him, he said. Willow's face changed slightly. What? David lowered his head. I helped him access an old Wang Group archive. He said he was looking for evidence about the baby switch. My heart sank. And David swallowed. I found something, a sealed internal file from 25 years ago. Willow leaned forward. What file? David's voice was very low. A hospital transfer list. 3 babies were moved that night. I froze. 3. Not 2. The fake young master. The real young master. And 1 more. Willow's hand tightened around her cup. For the first time since the banquet, I saw genuine shock on her face. That meant one thing. Even in her previous life, she had not known this. David continued. After I sent the file to Diego, he told me to delete all traces. Did you? He looked up. His eyes were red but clearer now. No. He opened his laptop and turned the screen toward us. I kept a copy. At that exact moment, my phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. Brother, I heard you met David. Below it was a photo. A photo of us sitting in the coffee shop. Makoto. My scalp went numb. A second message arrived. Be careful. People who touch things that don't belong to them usually lose their hands. I stared at the screen. Then I looked at Willow. She looked back at me. Neither of us spoke. Finally, I said, so much for my beach retirement. Willow closed David's laptop. George. Oh, we're going home. Which home? Our home. I sighed. Do I at least get dinner? Her lips curved slightly. If you behave. I stood up. David looked at us confused. Are you two always like this? I thought about it. Then I said recently, yes. Willow walked ahead. I followed. Behind us, David sat there holding the bank card, the folder, and the first real choice of his life. I did not know it then, but that choice would decide whether he became Diego's pawn or our brother. On the way home, nobody spoke. David sat in the back seat, clutching his laptop like it was a life raft. Willow drove. I sat in the passenger seat staring at my phone, where Makoto's message still glowed like a death notice. People who touch things that don't belong to them usually lose their hands. Very polite. Very cultured. Very legally actionable if I survived long enough to sue. I glanced at Willow. Her face was calm. Too calm. I had discovered that Willow had three kinds of calm. The first kind was normal cold wife calm. The second kind was business battle calm. The third kind was someone has already been sentenced in her heart calm. Right now, she was definitely in the third category. I cleared my throat. Should we call the police? No. Should we call bodyguards? Already did. Should we call a priest? She glanced at me. For whom? Me, I feel I may need spiritual support. David looked up from the back seat. Are you always this unserious? I'm very serious. This is how I process fear. Willow's lips moved slightly, like she wanted to smile but forcibly remembered she was angry. The car pulled into the underground parking garage of our marital apartment. This was the apartment Willow and I had bought after our business marriage. Technically, we bought it. In practice, the Liu family paid, the Wang family nodded, and I had only appeared to sign documents and compliment the lighting. When I stepped inside, I froze. The place had changed completely. Gone was the cold showroom furniture Willow once hated. The living room now had warm lights, soft gray sofas, bookshelves, plants, and a dining table that looked like actual humans might eat there instead of negotiating a merger. There were slippers by the door. 2 pairs. One pair was clearly mine. I looked at Willow. You renovated this? Yes. When? Before you tried to divorce me. Again with that terrifying sentence. Before I tried to divorce her, she had renovated our home. Before I tried to run, she had blocked my accounts. Before I met David, she already had his birth records. Sister, were you reborn or just extremely intense? David stood awkwardly at the entrance. Willow pointed to the guest room. You'll stay there tonight. David stiffened. I didn't agree to. If you go back to your rental, Diego's people will find you. He shut up. Good. Poverty made people stubborn, but survival made people practical. Auntie May, Willow's housekeeper, brought dinner. 3 bowls of noodles. I stared at mine. There was an egg. 2 slices of beef. Green onions. Simple, warm, suspiciously domestic. I suddenly felt uneasy. Willow. Oh. Why are you being so nice to me? She paused with her chopsticks in hand. David immediately lowered his head and pretended to be deaf. Willow looked at me. Must I have a reason? Yes. Why? Because for the first 3 months of our marriage, you treated me like a decorative vase with a bank card. David choked on his noodles. Willow's eyes cooled. I did not. You did, a very expensive vase. I let you sleep in the master bedroom. You slept in the guest room. I gave you freedom. You ignored me. That is not the same thing. I nodded. True, ignoring me was less expensive. Willow put down her chopsticks. The room fell silent. I immediately regretted it. Not because I was wrong. Because I was hungry. Willow stood and walked into the study. A minute later, she came back with a black notebook. She placed it in front of me. On the cover were 5 words written in neat handwriting. Do not let George die. My chopsticks fell. David slowly leaned over to look. Then he leaned back. Smart man. I pointed at the notebook. What is this? Willow sat down. My plan. For what? For keeping you alive. I stared at her. Then I carefully opened the first page. Inside were dates, events, names, Makoto's return banquet, the property agreement, a financial trap involving 50 million, Diego transferring funds, a hospital incident, a kidnapping, a stabbing. My fingers stopped moving. A stabbing. Beside it in red ink, Willow had written, must prevent, if unavoidable, prepare medical response. My throat went dry. I looked up at her. Willow. Her face was pale. You asked why I'm nice to you, she said softly. This is why. I forced a laugh. Did you hire a screenwriter? No. Are you investigating me? No. Then how do you know all this? She looked at me for a long time. Then she said, because I already lived it once. The apartment went quiet. Even the air seemed to stop moving. David whispered, what? Willow did not look at him. Her eyes stayed on me. In my last life, I divorced you. I married Makoto. I trusted Diego. I ignored the signs. By the time I realized the truth, the Wang family was destroyed, the Liu group was swallowed, David disappeared, and you, she stopped. Her fingers tightened. I suddenly did not want her to finish. But she did. You died protecting me. My brain emptied. Dead. Me. Protecting her. That sounded very heroic. Also extremely inconvenient. I swallowed. Was I handsome when I died? David looked at me like I had lost my mind. Willow's eyes reddened. George. I immediately raised both hands. Sorry, fear response. She closed her eyes. For the first time since I met her, Willow Liu looked less like Orange City's untouchable heiress, and more like a woman who had been carrying a grave inside her chest. I wanted to say I did not believe her. But the notebook was too accurate. The property agreement trap. The 50 million transfer. Makoto's threat. David's file. Even things I had only vaguely remembered from the original plot. Could it be? I was transmigrated. Willow was reborn. This world's author must have been paid by the plot twist. David suddenly said, in your last life, what happened to me? Willow looked at him. You helped Diego once, then you regretted it. You tried to give evidence to George. David's face tightened. What happened after that? Willow's voice lowered. You vanished. David laughed once. Vanished. Your body was never found. His hand shook around the bowl. I looked at him. He looked like he wanted to deny it. But he had already received Diego's money. Already hacked the archive. Already stepped onto the same road. Willow pushed the notebook toward us. This time, I will not let the same ending happen. I looked down at the cover again. Do not let George die. Honestly, I was touched. Also deeply offended that my survival required a whole project plan. That night, David did not sleep. Neither did I. Willow forced me to sleep in the master bedroom. She took the room next door. Before leaving, she stood at my door and said, "Do not sneak out." I looked wounded. Do I look like that kind of person? Yes. Very accurate. She stared at me until I closed the door. Then I waited 10 minutes, opened it quietly, and found 2 bodyguards standing in the hallway. One on the left, one on the right, both expressionless. I closed the door. Fine. No sneaking. I lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling. So, my wife was reborn. In her last life, she married Makoto. Makoto ruined her. Diego destroyed everyone. David vanished. I died. Normal married life. Very normal. At 2 in the morning, my phone buzzed. A message from David. "Can we talk, rooftop, don't tell Willow." I sat up. Then I looked at the door. Bodyguards. I looked at the window. 23rd floor. I was brave, not stupid. So I replied, "Come to my room, I'm under house arrest." 5 minutes later, there was a soft knock. I opened the door. David stood there holding his laptop. The bodyguards looked at him. David looked at them. Then he looked at me. "You really are under house arrest. I prefer the term premium protection." I let him in. David sat at the desk and opened his laptop. I found something else. I immediately woke up properly. What? The archive file I gave Diego wasn't complete. You kept another copy. Not exactly. I hid a script in the archive system. If anyone modified or deleted the file after I accessed it, the system would send a backup to an encrypted drive. I stared at him. You can do that. He looked offended. I'm poor, not incompetent. Fair. He pulled up several files. Hospital transfer logs. Adoption records. Old emails. A scanned handwritten note. I leaned closer. The note mentioned 3 babies transferred from the maternity wing on the same night. Baby A, Wang family male infant. Baby B, nanny's male infant. Baby C, unidentified male infant, emergency intake. David clicked another file. Baby C disappears from the record after transfer. Disappears. No discharge record, no death record, no adoption record, nothing. I frowned. Could baby C be Makoto? David shook his head. Maybe, maybe not, but Diego altered the records 20 years ago, then again 5 years ago, then again last week. My scalp tightened. Last week. Yes, after Makoto returned. That meant Diego was still cleaning the past. Still afraid of something. I asked, "Why are you showing me this instead of Willow?" David looked away. Because I already made another mistake. My stomach sank. What did you do? He was silent for a few seconds. Then he said, "Makoto contacted me." I closed my eyes. Of course. The male lead villain did not sleep either. What did he offer? 5 million, a job, a new identity, and revenge against the Wang family. Tempting package. I refused. I opened my eyes. David's jaw tightened. Then he sent me a photo of my adoptive father in the hospital. The room went cold. "He knows where my dad is," David said. "He said if I don't cooperate, the old man might have an accident." I stood up. "Tell Willow." "No." "Why?" "Because she'll interfere openly. Then Makoto will know I told you. He probably already knows everything." David shook his head. No, he thinks I'm still scared enough to obey. I stared at him. What are you planning? David turned the laptop toward me. I'm going to pretend to help him. No. You don't even know what I'm going to say. Whatever it is, no. George, no. I have watched enough plots. Pretending to join the villain always goes wrong. His voice rose. Then what do you want me to do? Sit here and let him target my father? I went silent. There it was. The difference between us. I planned escape routes because I had money. David planned sacrifices because he had debts. After a while I asked, what does Makoto want? A file planted in your computer. I laughed. There it was. The frame-up. Earlier than planned. What kind of file? Evidence that you transferred Wang Group money into offshore accounts. I rubbed my forehead. My reputation as a fake young master is really convenient for everyone. David said, I can make it look like I planted it, then leave a hidden trail leading back to Makoto. I stared at him. You want to double-cross him? Yes. You sure you can? No. Very honest. I like that. Still stupid. Also potentially useful. At that moment, the bedroom door opened. Willow stood there in a robe, expression cold enough to turn the room into winter. David froze. I froze. Willow looked at us. Then at the laptop. Then at me. You two are very bad at secret meetings. I raised a hand. In my defense, this is my room. She walked over, looked at the screen, and instantly understood. Her face darkened. David, if you pretend to work for Makoto, he will not trust you. He will test you. David lowered his head. I know. No, you don't, Willow's voice sharpened. In my last life, this is exactly how things started. You thought you could outsmart them. Then you disappeared. David's face went pale. I expected him to argue. He did not. Instead, he whispered, then tell me what I'm supposed to do. Willow stopped. David's eyes were red. My adoptive father raised me when nobody wanted me. He worked himself sick paying for my school. If Makoto threatens him, I can't just hide behind you rich people and wait. Those words pierced the room. Willow's anger faded. I sighed. All right. Both of them looked at me. I said, we let David pretend to cooperate. Willow immediately said, no. I raised a finger, but not alone. David frowned. I continued, we give Makoto exactly what he wants, a planted file, a fake trail, a very obvious victory. Willow's eyes narrowed. I smiled. Then we leak it before he can. David stared, leak your own fake scandal. Yes. That's insane. It's called controlling the narrative. No, it's called self-destruction. I nodded. Rich people call it crisis management. Willow looked at me for a long time. Then slowly her lips curved. You want Makoto to think his trap worked. Exactly. And while he rushes to use the evidence, we prove it was manufactured. Exactly. And expose whoever helped him. I pointed at her. See, this is why you're the brains of the marriage. David muttered, then what are you? The handsome liability. Willow finally smiled. Only slightly. But enough. Then she opened the black notebook and turned to a blank page. Fine, she said, new plan. I leaned over. At the top of the page she wrote, let George pretend to be framed without actually dying. I stared at it. Can we workshop the title? No. The next morning, Orange City woke up to a headline. Fake young Master George Wang, suspected of moving company assets overseas under the headline, was a blurry photo of me entering a bank. In the photo, I looked guilty. To be fair, I always looked guilty near banks. Money made me emotional. The article claimed that during my time at Wang Group, I used my position to transfer funds into hidden accounts, preparing to flee after my identity was exposed. It was detailed. It was dramatic. It was completely fake. Mostly. Fine, there were some gray areas in my financial history, but nothing as exciting as the article suggested. The important thing was this. We leaked it first. Before Makoto. Before Diego. Before they could control the story. At 10 in the morning, I stood in front of the mirror while Willow adjusted my tie. I was scheduled to attend an emergency press briefing. Do I really have to look this handsome? I asked. Yes. Won't that make me seem less innocent? No, it will make people watch longer. I nodded. Strategic beauty understood. Willow smoothed my collar. Her fingers paused near my neck. For a moment, neither of us moved. Then she said quietly, "In my last life when the scandal broke, you were alone." I looked at her. "You tried to explain," she continued. "No one believed you. The Wang family stayed silent. I stayed silent." Her voice trembled slightly. I thought silence was neutrality. Later I realized silence can also be betrayal. I wanted to say something light. Something stupid. Something to make her stop looking like she was standing in front of a grave again. But for once I could not. So I placed my hand over hers. "This time you're not silent." Her eyes lifted. "And I'm not alone." She looked at me for a long time. Then she said, "Correct." Downstairs, reporters had already gathered. Camera flashes exploded the moment I appeared. Questions came like bullets. "Mr. Wang, did you steal company funds? Are you fleeing overseas? Is the Wang family cutting ties with you? Is your marriage with Miss Liu over?" I stood at the podium. Willow stood beside me. Not behind me. Beside me. That alone changed the atmosphere. I adjusted the microphone. "Good morning," I said. "I plan to sleep until noon today, so whoever arranged this scandal is very inconsiderate." The reporters froze. Someone laughed. "Good. First rule of crisis. If you cannot look innocent, look relaxed." I continued. "Regarding the accusation that I transferred Wang Group assets overseas, I have 3 responses." I raised one finger. First, I did not steal company funds. Second finger. Second, the so-called evidence currently circulating online is fabricated. Third finger. Third, whoever fabricated it was not very good at covering their tracks. The room stirred. A reporter shouted, "Do you know who framed you?" I smiled. "I have suspicions." "Is it Makoto Wang?" I sighed. "You said that, not me." Another reporter asked, "Then why did you leak the documents yourself?" The hall went silent. Sharp question. I looked at Willow. She gave me the smallest nod. So I said, "Because if someone wants to throw dirty water on me, I'd rather choose the bucket." Chaos. Reporters shouted all at once. Then Willow stepped forward. The room quieted without anyone telling it to. That was Willow Liu's talent. Some people needed a microphone. Willow needed eye contact. "The Liu Group has appointed an independent legal and forensic accounting team," she said. "We will cooperate with the authorities, preserve all evidence, and pursue legal responsibility against the fabricator." A reporter asked, "Miss Liu, does this mean you stand with your husband?" Willow looked at me. Then at the cameras. Yes. One word. Clean. Powerful. Fatal. My heart did something extremely unprofessional. At the same time, across town, Makoto watched the press briefing on a tablet. His face was dark. Diego sat across from him, silent. Makoto threw the tablet onto the table. They leaked it themselves. Diego's expression was unreadable. Makoto said coldly, "David betrayed us." "Perhaps." "Then deal with him." Diego looked at him. "Do not act emotionally." Makoto laughed. "You said poor people are easy to buy." "I said they are easy to buy when ignored." Diego picked up his tea. "Willow gave him something better than money." "What?" "A chance to be seen." Makoto's expression twisted. Diego set the cup down. "The plan is not ruined. George thinks he has seized the advantage. Let him." "You have another move." Diego smiled. "Of course." He took out another folder. On the cover were 2 words. David Liu. Makoto frowned. Liu. Diego's smile deepened. People assume David belongs to the Wang family mystery. But what if his redemption does not begin with the Wangs? Makoto opened the folder. Inside was an old adoption document. His eyes changed. Diego said softly, "Willow thinks she can save everyone from the last life. Let us see how she reacts when the person she wants to save is tied to her own family's old sin." That evening, David disappeared. Not metaphorically. Literally. 1 minute he was in the guest room. The next gone. Window locked. Door opened with the spare key. Bodyguard distracted by a fake delivery order. Clean. Professional. Annoying. Willow's face went white when she found the room empty. I immediately said, "Don't panic." She looked at me. I revised, "Panic moderately." Her phone rang. Unknown number. She answered on speaker. Makoto's voice came through. "Sister-in-law, your guest left in quite a hurry." Willow's eyes turned cold. "Where is he?" "Safe." I grabbed the phone. "Makoto, if your definition of safe includes threats, kidnapping, or surprise hospital visits, we may need a dictionary." Makoto laughed. "Brother's still joking. It's a medical condition." "Then listen carefully. David came to me willingly." I froze. Willow's expression changed. Makoto continued, "He said he was tired of being used by you. He gave me everything. The archive copy, the hidden script, your fake scandal plan, all of it." My hand tightened. Impossible. David was desperate, yes. Afraid, yes. But not stupid enough to hand over everything. Unless Makoto had shown him something worse. Willow asked, "What did you tell him?" Makoto's voice turned amused. "Ask the Liu family." The call ended. The room went silent. I looked at Willow. "Liu family." She shook her head slowly. "I don't know." That scared me more than if she had known. Because Willow remembered a whole lifetime. If this was new to her, then the plot had gone completely off-road. An hour later, Auntie May brought in a sealed envelope that had been left at the security desk. Inside was a copy of an old adoption agreement. The adopting family name was not Wang. It was Liu. Willow's face drained of color. I read the document twice. Then a third time. 25 years ago, the Liu family had sponsored several private adoptions through a charity foundation. One child had been transferred through that system before vanishing from formal records. The child's temporary designation matched baby C from the hospital file. David. I looked at Willow. Your family was involved. I don't know. Her voice was low. My father never mentioned this. Could it be forged? Yes. Is it? She did not answer. That meant she was not sure. At midnight, David sent me a message. Don't look for me. I need to confirm something. I called immediately. No answer. I sent 10 messages. No reply. Willow stood by the window, silent. I walked over. Talk to me. She whispered, in my last life, David disappeared before anyone knew who he really was. I thought it was because of Diego, but what if? What if your family was part of it too? Her fingers trembled. I wanted to comfort her. But the truth had teeth. Sometimes it bit before you could prepare. Then my phone buzzed. This time, a voice message from David. I played it. His voice was hoarse. George Willow, I'm sorry. Makoto showed me proof that the Liu family charity handled my adoption file. I need to know if Willow's father was involved. If I stay with you, I won't know what's true and what's protection. A pause. Then quieter. I gave Makoto a copy of the archive. Willow closed her eyes. David continued. But not the real one. I straightened. The copy I gave him has a tracker buried inside. If he opens it on Diego's secure server, I'll get access logs, maybe more. Another pause. I know this is stupid. I know I'm doing exactly what Willow warned me not to do, but I've spent my whole life being someone people moved around on paper. I need to find out who moved me. His voice broke slightly. And if I really was part of the Liu family's sin, Willow deserves to know too. The message ended. I let out a breath. That idiot. Willow opened her eyes. He betrayed us to help us. Yes. That is worse. Yes. Because now I want to save him even more. I nodded, very inconvenient. A new message arrived from David. A single line. Tracker active. Diego opened the file, sending location. Then coordinates. Not Wang Group. Not Makoto's company. A private medical archive facility outside the city. Willow's eyes sharpened. That place belongs to the Liu family. I looked at her. She grabbed her coat. Let's go. I immediately followed. Then stopped. Wait. She turned. I lifted the black notebook from the table. She frowned. Why are you bringing that? Because every time we ignore it, someone disappears. Fair. She said nothing. We left. The Liu family medical archive facility sat on the edge of the city, surrounded by trees and silence. Very tasteful. Very private. Very suitable for burying generational sins. Willow drove like she had personally declared war on traffic laws. I held the door handle and reflected on my life choices. 500 million. A yacht. A beach. That could have been me. Instead, I was racing toward a secret archive with my reborn wife to rescue a guilt-ridden programmer from 2 villains and possibly expose my in-laws. Marriage really changed a man. When we arrived, the front gate was already open. Bad sign. The security booth was empty. Worse sign. Inside the main building, lights flickered. Worse sign. Willow pulled a small device from her purse. I stared. Is that a taser? Yes. Why do you have a taser? Experience. I could not argue with that. We found David in the basement archive room. He was alive. Good. Tied to a chair. Bad. Conscious. Good. bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Very bad. Makoto stood beside him. Diego stood near the filing cabinets, flipping through old documents with gloved hands. When Makoto saw us, he smiled. "Brother, sister-in-law, you came faster than expected." I pointed at David. "You know, for a real young master, you spend a lot of time threatening programmers." David lifted his head weakly. "I told you not to come." I sighed. "Yes, and I ignored you. This friendship is already toxic." Willow's eyes were on Diego. "Why are you here?" Diego smiled gently, "Looking for the truth just like you." "Don't insult truth by putting it in your mouth." His smile thinned. Makoto laughed. "Still so sharp. In my last life you were not this difficult." The room went silent. My head snapped toward him. Willow's face changed for the first time. Makoto looked at her expression and smiled wider. "Oh, you thought you were the only one who remembered." My blood went cold. No. No, no, no. Absolutely not. One reborn wife was already enough for my mental health. Now the villain remembered too. Willow's voice was icy. "Since when?" Makoto stepped forward. "Since the day I returned." His eyes darkened. "I remembered everything. How you married me, how you looked at me with pity, how you slowly grew disgusted, how you helped George in the end, how he died for you." He looked at me. "I remember that too, brother." My mouth went dry. Makoto smiled. "In the last life, you were annoying even at the end." I forced myself to smile, glad to be consistent. Willow moved slightly in front of me. Makoto noticed. His expression twisted. "You protect him again," Willow said, "because he deserves protection." "And I do." "You deserve justice, not obedience." That sentence hit him. For a second, Makoto looked less like a villain and more like a wounded child who had grown teeth. Then Diego spoke. "Enough." His voice was not loud. But Makoto immediately shut up. "Interesting. Very interesting." Even Reborn, Makoto feared Diego. Diego pulled a faded file from the cabinet. "Since everyone is here, we may as well clarify the old matter." Willow's hands tightened. Diego opened the file. 25 years ago, there were indeed 3 children involved. George, the Wang family's misplaced child, Makoto, the nanny's son, and David. He looked at David. "The child no one wanted recorded." David's face turned gray. Willow said, "What does that mean?" Diego smiled. Baby C was born to a Liu family branch daughter, unmarried, scandalous, inconvenient. The Liu Charity Foundation handled the transfer quietly. Willow shook her head. "No." "Yes," Diego said. "Your family buried David first. I simply found a use for what they discarded." David lowered his head. Something in his expression broke. I felt anger rise in my chest. "Diego." He looked at me. "You really have a talent for saying monstrous things politely." His smile remained. "George, you still don't understand. Families like ours survive by deciding which children matter." Willow's voice turned sharp. "You switched them." "I arranged opportunities." "You stole lives." "I corrected power." David suddenly laughed. Everyone looked at him. His laugh was hoarse. "Painful. But real. So that's it." His eyes lifted. "All these years I thought if I found my real family there would be a reason, some mistake, some tragedy, something that made sense." He looked at Diego. "But it was just convenience." Diego said calmly, "Most tragedies are." David lowered his head. For a moment I thought he had collapsed. Then he smiled. Good. Makoto frowned. David looked up. If it was convenience, then I don't owe any of you grief. Diego's expression finally changed. David twisted his wrist. Something clicked. The rope around his right hand loosened. Makoto stepped forward, but too late. David slammed his hand onto the keyboard of the laptop beside him. The screen lit up. A progress bar completed. Upload finished. Diego's face darkened. What did you do? David spat blood onto the floor and smiled. The thing poor, incompetent programmers do. He looked at me. I backed up everything. My phone buzzed. Willow's buzzed. Then from upstairs, security alarms began screaming. Outside, police sirens approached. I stared at David. You called the police. He shook his head. No. Willow looked at her phone. Her Liu Group legal team had received the full archive. So had Lawyer Mu. So had 3 media outlets. So had the police economic crimes unit. David said quietly, I didn't know who to trust, so I trusted everyone at once. I was stunned. Then I laughed. Genuinely laughed. Brother, that is the most unhinged redemption plan I've ever seen. David coughed. Did it work? The basement door burst open. Police rushed in. Everyone freeze. Diego's face was dark as water. Makoto looked at Willow. Then at me. For one terrifying second, I thought he might do something desperate. But he did not. He only smiled. A cold, broken smile. This isn't over. I sighed. People always say that right before it gets worse for them. The police restrained him. Diego did not resist. As they passed me, Diego stopped. His voice was low. You think this is victory? I looked at Willow. Then David. Then the file in the officer's hand. No, I said, this is evidence. Diego's eyes chilled. Victory comes later. Willow took my hand. Firm. Warm. Real. David was untied by the officers, and for the first time since I met him, he looked less like a man waiting to be abandoned. He looked terrified. He looked wounded. But he also looked free. As the police led Diego and Makoto away, my phone buzzed again. This time from my adoptive father. George, come home, we need to talk. I stared at the message. Then at Willow. Then at David. Home. That word had become very complicated recently. I put my phone away and exhaled. So, I said, does anyone else feel like my beach retirement is getting farther away? Willow squeezed my hand. Yes. David wiped blood from his lip. Definitely. I looked at the ceiling. Very well. If fate refused to let me be a useless rich man, then I had no choice. I would become a useful one. Temporarily. Probably. Maybe. The police station at 4 in the morning was not romantic. The lights were too bright. The coffee tasted like punishment. And my wife, Willow Liu, had not spoken for 23 minutes. I knew because I counted. 23 minutes of silence from Willow was usually normal. But this silence was different. Normal Willow silence meant, I am thinking. This Willow silence meant, someone's family tree is about to be cut down with legal documents. David sat across from us with a bandage on his lip and a blanket around his shoulders. He looked exhausted, but his eyes were open and sharp. The officer had just finished taking our statements. Diego Wang had been detained. Makoto had been detained. The archive files had been seized. The media had already exploded. And me. I was sitting between my reborn wife and a possibly discarded Liu family child, wondering how my 500 million retirement plan had turned into a midnight historical identity investigation. Life was really unreasonable. Lawyer Mu arrived before dawn. He looked exactly like the kind of man who considered sleep optional and lawsuits nutritious. Behind him came another person, Willow's father, Landon Liu, chairman of Liu Group, Orange City's other mountain. He was in his late 50s, tall, elegant, calm, with silver at his temples and eyes very similar to Willow's. Cold, sharp, difficult to fool. The moment he walked in, Willow stood. "Dad." Landon looked at her, then at me, then at David. His gaze stayed on David for half a second longer than normal. Just half a second. But Willow noticed. I noticed. David noticed too. His fingers tightened around the paper cup in his hand. Landon said, "I saw the files." Willow's voice was very quiet. "Is it true?" Landon did not answer immediately. That was already an answer. Willow's face turned paler. "Dad." Landon sighed. Baby C was real. David let out a breath that sounded almost like a laugh. I leaned back in my chair. "Good. Great. Wonderful." So Baby C was not just Diego's nonsense. He was real. And he was sitting in front of us wearing a police station blanket and looking like the universe had personally filed a complaint against him. Willow asked who was he. Landon looked at David. Then he said his birth name was Elias Liu. The room went still. David's eyes widened. "Liu." Landon nodded. His mother was my younger cousin, Elena Liu. Willow's lips parted slightly. "Aunt Elena." So Willow knew the name. "Interesting. Very interesting." Landon sat down slowly. Elena was brilliant, stubborn, reckless. She studied medicine overseas and returned pregnant without a husband. At that time, the Liu family was preparing for a major public listing. A scandal involving an unmarried daughter of the family would have caused serious damage. I could not help saying, "So the family hid the baby." Willow glanced at me. I raised both hands. "Sorry, continue." Landon's expression did not change. Elena refused to give him up. She wanted to leave the Liu family and raise him herself, but before she could, she suffered complications after childbirth. David whispered she died. Landon looked at him. "No." David froze. Willow's head snapped toward her father. "She's alive." Landon closed his eyes briefly. "Yes." The room exploded without sound. David stood so fast the chair scraped the floor. "She's alive." His voice cracked on the last word. Landon nodded. "She survived, but there was a medical incident. She fell into a coma for several months. By the time she woke up, the child was gone." David's face twisted. "Gone where?" Landon did not speak. Willow did. "The charity foundation." Her voice was flat. Landon's silence confirmed it. David laughed. It was not a happy sound. "So I had a mother, a living mother, and your family took me from her." Landon's face showed pain for the first time. "I was not chairman then. My father and elder brother handled the matter." "But you knew." Landon did not deny it. David stepped back. "You knew." Willow moved as if to speak, but David lifted a hand. "Don't." She stopped. David looked at Landon. "What happened to her after she woke up?" Landon said she was told the child died. David closed his eyes. For a second, he looked like someone had cut the tendons holding him upright. I stood instinctively, but Willow grabbed my sleeve. Not to stop me. To steady herself. Landon continued, voice low. Alina never believed it. She searched for years. Eventually, the family declared her mentally unstable and sent her abroad for treatment. I stared at him. Even Lawyer Moo's expression darkened. David opened his eyes. Where is she now? Landon hesitated. Willow's voice sharpened. Dad. Landon exhaled. She lives in a private care residence outside South Harbor. I have been paying for her care. David stared at him with red eyes. How noble. Landon accepted the sarcasm without defense. I deserve that. You deserve worse. Yes. For a moment, nobody spoke. Then David asked the question that mattered most. Why tell me now? Landon looked at him. Because the file is public now. Because Diego used this secret. Because my daughter is standing here asking me for the truth. And because Alina deserves to know her son lived. David's hands shook. He wanted to hate him. He did hate him. But beneath that hatred was something worse. Hope. Hope was a cruel thing. It made people walk back toward doors that had already slammed on them once. David turned away. I need air. He walked out before anyone could stop him. Willow took one step after him. Then stopped. I looked at her. I'll go. She looked like she wanted to say no. Then she nodded. Outside the police station, David stood under the gray morning sky. He was not crying. Not exactly. But his breathing was uneven. I stood beside him and said nothing. After a while he asked, Did you know? No. Did Willow? No. Would she have told me if she did? Yes. He looked at me. I shrugged. She has many flaws, terrifying planning habits, emotional constipation, possible taser dependency, but she would have told you. David lowered his head. My name was Elias. Maybe. My mother is alive. Yes. My family threw me away. I was quiet for a moment. Then I said, Your family also might be one woman who searched for you until everyone called her crazy. David's shoulders trembled. That landed. Good. Painful but good. He whispered, What if she doesn't want me? I looked at him. This man who had hacked secret archives, double-crossed villains, exposed two wealthy families, and still feared being unwanted more than anything else. I sighed. Then you still have us. He laughed bitterly. Us. Yes. You barely know me. True, but you already betrayed us, saved us, got tied to a chair, and exposed a generational conspiracy. That's at least second cousin level. David stared at me. Then very slowly he laughed. A real laugh this time. Small. Broken. But real. Behind us, the police station doors opened. Willow stepped out. She did not come closer. She just stood there, giving David space. David looked at her. His expression was complicated. Anger. Suspicion. Gratitude. Fear. All mixed together. Finally, he said, I want to see her. Willow nodded. Then we'll take you. South Harbor was 3 hours away. Long enough for awkward silence. Short enough that nobody could pretend they had processed anything. Willow drove. I sat in the passenger seat. David sat in the back. Landon followed in another car with Lawyer Moo. At first, I thought Landon wanted to control the situation. Then I saw his face through the rearview mirror. No, he wanted punishment. Some people ran from guilt. Some people polished it into charity. Some people carried it until it finally demanded payment. Landon Liu looked like the third kind. Halfway there, David suddenly spoke. What was she like? Willow looked at him in the mirror. My Aunt Elena. David did not answer, but that was clearly what he meant. Willow's fingers tightened on the steering wheel. I only met her twice when I was very young. She had long hair. She wore white most of the time. She smelled like lavender medicine. Everyone said not to talk about her. David's voice lowered. Why? Because she kept asking where her baby was. The car became silent again. I wanted to say something. A joke. A distraction. Anything. But even I knew this was not the time. The private care residence sat near the sea. White walls. Green garden. Expensive silence. The kind of place rich families used when they wanted guilt to have good landscaping. A doctor met us at the entrance. When she saw Landon, she nodded respectfully. Chairman Liu. How is she today? Landon asked. Calm, she painted this morning. Painted. That word made David blink. We followed the doctor down a quiet hallway. At the end was a sunroom. Inside sat a woman in a pale blue cardigan. Her hair was streaked with gray, falling loosely over her shoulders. She was thin but not frail. Her face had the kind of beauty time did not erase, only softened. She was painting. A small canvas. A baby wrapped in a yellow blanket. David stopped at the doorway. No one pushed him. No one spoke. The doctor said softly, Ms. Elena, you have visitors. The woman turned. Her gaze passed over Landon first. No reaction. Then Willow. A small frown, as if searching memory. Then me. Nothing. Then David. The brush fell from her hand. David's breathing stopped. Elena stood slowly. Her eyes fixed on him. Step by step she walked closer. Elias. David froze. One word. One name. And the man almost collapsed. Elena lifted a trembling hand, but did not touch him. As if afraid he would disappear. My baby. David's lips moved, but no sound came out. Elena began crying. Not loud. Not dramatic. Just tears falling one after another down a face that had waited 25 years. I knew, she whispered. They said you died. I knew you didn't. I knew. David covered his mouth with one hand. He tried to hold it in. Failed. The sound that escaped him was not quite a sob. It was smaller. More wounded. Like a child who had finally found the room where he was supposed to have been loved. Elena reached out again. This time David stepped forward. She touched his face. Then he dropped to his knees and hugged her. Mom. That one word destroyed everyone. Willow turned away. Landon closed his eyes. Even Lawyer Mu removed his glasses. I looked at the ceiling. Very bright ceiling. Annoyingly emotional ceiling. For a long time, nobody interrupted them. Elena held David like she was afraid the world might try to take him again. And David clung to her like he had been walking through winter his whole life and finally found fire. Eventually, Elena pulled back and looked at him. You're thin. David laughed through tears. That's what you say first. You are thin, she touched his hair. Have you eaten? I leaned toward Willow and whispered, Universal Mother confirmed. Willow elbowed me. Worth it. Elena looked around then. Her gaze landed on Landon. The warmth vanished. Why is he here? Landon lowered his head. Elena. She stood, keeping one hand on David's shoulder. You knew. Yes. You let them tell me he died. Landon's voice was hoarse. Yes. You paid for this place. Yes. You thought money was repentance. No. Good, because it was. Landon did not defend himself. Elena looked at Willow. You are his daughter. Willow nodded, yes. Elena studied her. Then her expression softened slightly. You brought him. Yes. Then you are not like them. Willow's eyes reddened. I hope not. Elena looked at David again. My son. David lowered his head. I don't know how to be that. Elena smiled through tears. That's all right. I don't know how to be your mother after losing 25 years. We can learn. David nodded. Once. Twice. Then he cried again. And just like that, baby C stopped being a file. He became Elias to his mother, David to himself, and something else to us. Not a pawn. Not evidence. Not a secret. A person. We stayed at the care residence until evening. Elena refused to let David leave without eating. 3 meals appeared. Soup, fish, rice, fruit. David ate like someone who did not know whether he was hungry or heartbroken. Maybe both. Willow sat beside Elena and answered her questions patiently. Who was David now? Where had he grown up? What did he like? Was he sick often? Did he sleep well? Did he have friends? At that question, David glanced at me. I pointed to myself. Me, he said unfortunately. Elena smiled. I accepted this promotion with dignity. Near sunset, Lawyer Mu called us into a separate room. His expression was serious. Never a good sign. He placed several printed documents on the table. Diego has not confessed. No surprise, I said. Men like him probably deny gravity. But the seized file shows something bigger than the baby switch. Willow leaned forward. What did you find? Lawyer Mu tapped the first page. Diego was not simply trying to control the Wang group. He was building a case to take over both the Wang and Liu families through inheritance disputes, blackmail, and corporate destabilization. I frowned. Both families. Yes, Lawyer Mu pointed at David's file. Baby C was the key to the Liu side. Willow's face darkened. Explain. David, Elias Liu, is legally tied to the Liu family through Elena. Depending on old family trust documents, he may have a claim to a portion of Liu family assets. Landon, who had been standing silently near the window, turned. That trust was sealed. Diego had a copy, Lawyer Mu said. The room went cold. Landon's hands clenched. Lawyer Mu continued. Diego planned to reveal David publicly at the right moment. Not to help him, but to weaponize him. He would present David as proof that the Liu family hid an heir, committed medical fraud, and illegally manipulated inheritance records. Willow's voice was cold, then used the scandal to attack Liu Group stock. Exactly. I leaned back. So Makoto was his Wang side weapon, and David was supposed to be his Liu side weapon. Lawyer Mu nodded. 2 lost sons, 2 public scandals, 2 families destabilized at once. I whistled softly. Uncle Diego really woke up every day and chose generational villainy. Willow said, what about Makoto? Lawyer Mu hesitated. That hesitation was also never good. Makoto's situation is complicated. I frowned. Is he or isn't he the real Wang's son? He is not. Silence. Even though I had suspected it, hearing it confirmed still felt strange. Lawyer Mu placed another DNA report on the table. Makoto is the biological son of the nanny who helped with the baby switch. Diego raised him as a substitute candidate. He used Makoto's resentment to attack the Wang family. I asked, then where is the actual Wang heir? Lawyer Mu looked at David. David looked up. No, David said immediately. Lawyer Mu shook his head. Not you. He placed a third file down. This is where the three-baby confusion becomes important. We all leaned in. Baby A was the Wang child. Baby B was the nanny's child, later known as Makoto. Baby C was Alina Liu's child, now identified as David Elia's. I nodded, so where did Baby A go? Lawyer Mu turned one more page. Baby A was initially swapped into the orphanage system under Baby C's placeholder file. Later, he was adopted by a couple surnamed Law. Willow's eyes sharpened. Diego's wife's maiden family. Correct. Landon's face turned grim. Lawyer Mu continued. The couple later returned the child to the orphanage, but after that records split. One identity became Makoto's, another disappeared. I felt my scalp tingle. Meaning Diego merged records. He used pieces of the real Wang heir's file to support Makoto's false identity. Willow whispered, "Where is Baby A now?" Lawyer Mu looked at the final page. We found a lead. The name printed there was Daniel Su. Age 25. Occupation, emergency physician. Current city, South Harbor. I stared. Wait, he's here. Lawyer Mu nodded. He works at the hospital affiliated with this care residence. The room was silent for 2 seconds. Then David stood. If he works here, then he may have treated my mother. Lawyer Mu said, he did. Willow looked stunned. In my last life, David disappeared. Daniel was never found. Makoto stole the Wang heir identity until the end. I rubbed my temples. Great, so Baby C led us to Baby A. David looked toward the sunroom where Alina sat. His expression changed. She said a young doctor helped her keep painting after a relapse last year. Landon's voice was low. That was Daniel Su. The real Wang young master had been near David's mother. Near the Liu secret. Near the truth. All this time. And nobody knew. I stood. Then let's meet him. Willow grabbed my sleeve. Carefully. I looked at her. She looked serious. George, if Diego knows we found David, he may know about Daniel too. My smile faded. Right. The plot never let us meet important people peacefully. I took out my phone. There was already a message waiting. Unknown number. Again. Brother, did you enjoy finding Baby C? Below it was a photo. A young doctor in a white coat walking through a hospital corridor. Daniel Su. Second message. Let's see if you can find Baby A before I do. Makoto. I sighed. Does this man not have hobbies? Willow's face went cold. David looked at the photo, then at me. We have to warn him. I nodded. Yes. And just like that, Baby C's redemption became the bridge to Baby A's rescue. Daniel Su was not what I expected. Maybe because after meeting Makoto, every possible real young master in my mind looked like a revenge-driven CEO with a tragic haircut. Daniel was different. He wore glasses. His white coat was wrinkled. There were dark circles under his eyes. He held a vending machine coffee in one hand and a patient chart in the other. When we found him outside the emergency department, he looked at our group and frowned. "Are you family members of a patient?" I looked at him, then at Willow, then at David, then back at him. Technically, emotionally, legally, this needed a spreadsheet. Willow stepped forward. "Dr. Sue, we need to speak with you privately." Daniel glanced at the clock. "I'm on shift. It concerns your birth records." His expression changed. Not dramatically, but enough. He looked at David, then at me, then at Landon Liu standing behind us. Finally he said, "Conference room, 5 minutes." Efficient. I liked him already. 5 minutes later, we sat in a small hospital conference room. Daniel closed the door. "Who are you?" Willow introduced everyone. When she reached me, Daniel looked briefly surprised. "George Wang." "Yes. The fake young master." I sighed. Can nobody say my name without adding the product description? Daniel had the grace to look embarrassed. "Sorry." "It's fine. I'm used to emotional damage." Willow placed the file on the table. Daniel did not open it immediately. Instead, he asked, "Who sent you?" "That depends," I said. "If you're asking whether we're villains, no. If you're asking whether our family situation is deeply cursed, yes." Daniel looked at Willow. She said, "Your birth identity may have been falsified." He was silent. Too silent. David leaned forward. "You knew something." Daniel looked at him. "Not enough." "What did you know?" Daniel took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. "My adoptive parents told me I was adopted. They weren't bad people, ordinary workers. They died in an accident when I was in college." His voice stayed steady. "Barely. After that, I found inconsistencies in my papers. 2 birth dates, 2 hospitals, a sealed orphanage transfer note. I tried checking, but every time I got close, the records disappeared." Willow asked, "Did anyone threaten you?" Daniel's eyes turned cold. "Yes." "Who?" "A man surnamed Wang." My stomach sank. "Diego." I never met him directly, but someone warned me that if I continued investigating, I would lose my medical license. I looked at Willow. She looked at me. Same villain, same methods. Daniel opened the file. He read quickly. Very quickly. "Dr. Brain." Then his hand stopped. "Millionaire Wang." Nobody spoke. Daniel looked up. "You're saying he may be my biological father?" Willow nodded. "Yes." Daniel looked at me. This was awkward. Very awkward. "Hello, possible real young master. I am the fake one, currently occupying your family trauma slot." I gave him my best harmless smile. "Welcome to the worst family reunion process in Orange City." He did not laugh. "Fair." Daniel looked back at the file. "What do you want from me?" I blinked. That was the exact question David had asked. Lost children really learn not to trust gifts. Willow said, "Nothing right now. We wanted to warn you. Makoto knows about you." Daniel's face tightened. "The man claiming to be the Wang heir." "Yes," David said, "he's not." Daniel looked at David. "And you are?" David inhaled. "Baby C." Daniel stared. David gave a bitter smile. "Long story." I raised a hand. Technically, we are in chapter 14. The story is very long. Nobody appreciated that. Daniel closed the file. I need a DNA test. Already arranged, Lawyer Mu said. If you consent, we can do it tonight. Chairman Wang has agreed. Daniel's expression flickered. He knows. Willow said, he knows there may be another child. He does not know your name yet. We wanted your consent first. Daniel looked at her for a long time. Then he nodded slowly. Good. I raised my eyebrows. He looked at me. I've had enough of powerful people deciding what I'm allowed to know. David muttered, same. For the first time, Daniel smiled faintly. Very faintly. But it was there. Then the hospital alarm rang. Not a normal alarm. A sharp emergency alert. Daniel stood instantly. A nurse opened the door. Dr. Su, multiple car collision incoming. ER needs all hands. Daniel grabbed his chart. Then stopped and looked at us. Stay here. I pointed at myself. Doctor, I am absolutely not qualified to enter an emergency room. I meant stay inside. If someone is looking for me, don't wander around. Willow stood. We'll arrange security. Daniel nodded and ran out. The moment he left, my phone buzzed. Unknown number. Again. I was beginning to hate unknown numbers. Hospitals are dangerous places, brother. So many accidents happen here. This time there was no photo. Only a location pin. The emergency entrance. I went cold. He's here. Willow's eyes sharpened. Makoto. Before I could answer, David grabbed his laptop bag. What are you doing? I asked. The hospital cameras. No. Yes. Why are all of you determined to perform dangerous acts in public buildings? David ignored me and opened his laptop. Willow called bodyguards. Lawyer Mu called the police. Landon called hospital administration. I called Daniel. No answer. Of course. He was saving lives while villains were setting traps. Very righteous. Very inconvenient. David typed rapidly. I'm in the camera system. I stared already. Hospital cybersecurity is terrible. Comforting. His eyes scanned the screen. Then he froze. What? He turned the laptop. On the monitor, Makoto stood near the ambulance bay wearing a paramedic jacket. Beside him was a man pushing a medical cart. On the cart was an oxygen tank. Willow's face changed. That's not hospital staff. Daniel appeared on another screen, rushing toward the incoming emergency vehicles. Makoto turned slightly. His hand moved toward the cart. David whispered, the tank. I did not think. Which, historically, was how I got into trouble. I ran. Behind me, Willow shouted my name. But I was already out the door. The emergency entrance was chaos. Ambulances. Stretchers. Doctors shouting. Nurses running. Rain starting outside. Because of course it started raining. Dramatic weather had a union contract. I saw Daniel immediately. He was helping unload a patient from an ambulance. 20 feet away, Makoto stood beside the fake medical cart. His face was calm. Too calm. The man beside him adjusted the oxygen tank valve. I had no idea what they planned. Explosion. Gas leak. Accident. All I knew was that nothing good had ever followed Makoto appearing in costume. I shouted, Daniel. He looked up. Makoto looked too. Our eyes met. His expression changed. Then he smiled. That smile said, too late. The man with the cart pushed it forward. Toward Daniel. I sprinted. Not elegantly. Not heroically. A rich young master running in dress shoes is not a cinematic sight. It is a workplace safety violation. But before I could reach the cart, someone slammed into it from the side. David. He came out of nowhere and tackled the cart with his entire body. The oxygen tank crashed onto the ground. The valve snapped. White gas hissed violently. People screamed. Daniel reacted instantly. Clear the area. He grabbed David and dragged him back. The tank spun across the wet ground, hissing like an angry metal snake. Security rushed in. Makoto turned to leave. Willow appeared at the exit with 2 bodyguards. Her face was colder than I had ever seen it. Going somewhere. Makoto stopped. For 1 second, old hatred flashed across his face. Then he lunged, not at Willow. At me. Why always me? I barely dodged. He grabbed my collar and slammed me against the ambulance. Pain shot through my back. George, he hissed, why do you always get saved? I grabbed his wrist. Have you considered being more likable? His fist drew back. Before it landed, Daniel caught his arm. Dr. Sue looked tired, wet, furious, and surprisingly strong. Let go of him. Makoto laughed. You don't even know who you are. Daniel's voice was steady. Maybe not, but I know what I'm not. He twisted Makoto's arm. Makoto gasped. Daniel continued, I'm not someone who hurts patients in an emergency room. Security tackled Makoto. Police arrived 2 minutes later. This time, there was no elegant threat. No final line. No villain smile. Just handcuffs. Rain. Sirens. And David sitting on the ground laughing weakly, while Daniel checked him for injuries. I crouched beside him. You idiot. David winced. You ran first. That's different. I'm the narrator. He blinked. That makes no sense. Exactly. Daniel pressed 2 fingers to David's wrist. Pulse fast. No major injury. You'll bruise. David looked up at him. You're welcome, baby A. Daniel paused. Then looked at him. Thank you, baby C. For some reason, that made David's eyes redden. He looked away. Willow reached us, soaked from the rain. She grabbed my face with both hands. Are you hurt? My dignity. George. I'm fine. She stared at me like she was checking whether death had left fingerprints. Then she hugged me. In public. In rain. In front of police, doctors, nurses, bodyguards, my possible brother, my possible cousin-in-law, and 1 arrested fake heir. My brain stopped. Willow whispered in my ear, don't do that again. I said honestly, I probably will. She hugged me tighter. That's what I'm afraid of. Nearby, Makoto was pushed into a police car. Before the door closed, he looked at Daniel. Then David. Then Willow. Then me. His face was no longer arrogant. It was empty. For the first time, I wondered if Makoto had ever had a chance. Then I remembered the oxygen tank. My sympathy put itself back in its pocket. Daniel stood and looked at the police car. Was he part of this too? Willow nodded. Yes. Daniel looked at the rain. Then at David. Then at me. I'll do the DNA test. David slowly stood. I'll do one too. We all looked at him. He wiped rain from his face. If I'm Elias Liu, I want it official, not because I want money, not because I want revenge. His voice shook but did not break. Because my mother deserves a son who exists on paper. Willow's eyes softened. Landon, standing behind her, lowered his head. Daniel nodded. And if I'm Wang? I looked at him. If you're Wang, congratulations. You inherit a family disaster, several board meetings, and me. For the first time, Daniel laughed properly. Small but real. I'll need time to consider. Understandable. Willow took my hand. David looked toward the care residence in the distance. My mom painted me in a yellow blanket. I nodded. She remembered you. He closed his eyes briefly. Then I'll remember her too. And under the rain outside South Harbor Hospital, Baby C stopped running from the file that erased him. Baby A stepped toward the family that lost him. And I, George Wang, fake young master, retired beach enthusiast, unwilling participant in destiny correction, realized something terrible. This story was no longer about escaping the plot. It was about making sure everyone stolen by the plot got their name back. Including me. The DNA test results came out 3 days later. Those 3 days were the longest 3 days of my life. And I had once waited for a 500 million transfer to clear. That was saying something. During those 3 days, Makoto was formally detained. Diego's lawyers tried to get him released on medical grounds, business necessity, and some nonsense about irreplaceable corporate leadership. Lawyer Mu only smiled and sent over 3 more evidence folders. Diego remained exactly where he belonged. Behind bars. Makoto, however, refused to say a single useful word. According to the officer handling the case, he sat in the interrogation room with his arms crossed, expression cold, occasionally asking whether Willow had come to see him. Willow's response was simple. No. I asked, not even to mock him. No. Very mature. I'm not you. Fair. Meanwhile, David stayed at South Harbor with Alina. At first, he said he would only stay 1 night. Then 1 night became 2. Then 3. By the 4th morning, Alina had bought him new clothes, cooked him breakfast, and scolded him for drinking iced coffee on an empty stomach. David complained in our group chat. She says I'm not allowed to skip meals. I replied, congratulations, you have unlocked mother supervision. Daniel replied, medically advisable. Willow replied, listen to her. David sent 1 word. Traitors. I stared at the chat and smiled for a while. It felt strange. A few weeks ago, David was a shadow in a secret file. Now he was arguing about breakfast. That was progress. As for Daniel, he continued working at the hospital like his entire life had not possibly been rewritten. I respected that. If someone told me I might be the lost heir to a multi-billion-dollar family, I would at least take a day off. Maybe 2. Maybe a fiscal quarter. But Daniel said, my patients still need treatment. Very noble. Very inconvenient for dramatic pacing. On the 3rd afternoon, Lawyer Mu called all of us to his office. Present were me, Willow, Millionaire Wang, Misty Wang, Landon Liu, David, Alina, Daniel, and Lawyer Mu. This was not a family meeting. This was a battlefield with tea. Millionaire Wang looked older than the last time I had seen him. His face was pale, and his shoulders seemed heavier. Misty sat beside him, clutching a handkerchief. When Daniel entered, both of them stood. The air changed. DNA or not, some instincts arrived before paper. Misty stared at Daniel's face. Her fingers trembled. His eyes, she whispered. Millionaire Wang said nothing, but his eyes reddened. Daniel stood near the door, uncomfortable. David stood beside Alina. I stood beside Willow. For once, nobody knew where I belonged. Then Willow quietly took my hand. Just like that, my place was decided. Lawyer Mu cleared his throat. The results are confirmed. The room went still. He looked at Daniel. Daniel Su is the biological son of Millionaire Wang and Misty Wang. Misty covered her mouth. Millionaire Wang closed his eyes. Daniel's expression barely changed, but his hand tightened around the strap of his bag. Lawyer Mu then turned to David. David, birth name Elias Liu, is the biological son of Alina Liu. Alina immediately grabbed David's hand. David lowered his head. His eyes were red, but this time he did not look like he wanted to run. Lawyer Mu continued. Makoto is not biologically related to the Wang family. He is the son of the nanny involved in the original baby switch scheme. Diego Wang manipulated documents for years to support Makoto's false identity. Silent, heavy, ugly, final. Misty suddenly began crying. Not quietly, not elegantly. She stood and walked toward Daniel, then stopped halfway, as if afraid she had no right to touch him. Daniel looked at her. His voice was calm, but softer than usual. Mrs. Wang. Misty flinched at that title. Millionaire Wang's face tightened. Daniel seemed to realize what he had done, but he did not correct himself. How could he? Mom was not a word a person could force. Misty wiped her tears. I'm sorry, she said. Daniel was silent. Millionaire Wang stepped forward. We failed you. Daniel looked at him for a long time. Then he said, you didn't switch me. No, Millionaire Wang said hoarsely, but we didn't find you either. That sentence hit harder than blame. Daniel's face shifted. For the first time, pain showed through. I was not easy to find. Millionaire Wang shook his head. That does not make it acceptable. Misty whispered, can we see you again? Daniel looked down. The room waited. Finally he said, I need time. Misty nodded quickly. Yes, of course, time, anything. Millionaire Wang took a breath. My son, Daniel stiffened. Millionaire Wang stopped immediately. I'm sorry, Daniel. That was better. Names mattered, especially for people who had lost them. Then all eyes somehow drifted toward me. I immediately raised both hands. Don't look at me, I'm just the fake one. Misty's face crumpled. George. Wrong joke. Bad timing. Willow squeezed my hand warningly. Millionaire Wang walked toward me. I had expected many things. An apology. A formal conversation. A polite dismissal. Instead, he hugged me. I froze. He had hugged me before, technically. The original George had grown up as his son. But I was not the original George. I was someone who had inherited his body, his identity, his mess, and now apparently his unresolved family affection. Millionaire Wang's voice was rough. For 25 years, you were my son. I did not know what to say. He continued, that does not disappear because blood says otherwise. My throat tightened unexpectedly. Damn it. I hated rich family emotional ambushes. They found Daniel, I said awkwardly. You should focus on him. I will, he said, but not by losing you. I stood there, unable to move. Misty came over too and hugged me from the other side. Great. Now I was trapped in a parental sandwich. David watched from the side. Daniel watched too. Elena watched with soft eyes. Willow's hand slipped from mine, but she did not step away. After a long time I coughed. Dad, Mom, if you keep hugging me, my heroic image will collapse. Misty cried harder. Millionaire Wang laughed through red eyes. Daniel looked away, but I saw the corner of his mouth move. Good. The ice had cracked. Not melted, but cracked. That was enough for now. Makoto's request reached us that evening. He wanted to see Willow. Not his lawyer. Not Diego. Not the Wang family. Willow. When the officer passed along the message, I immediately said, no. Willow looked at me. I looked back. What? I'm allowed to have opinions. She said, I know. That man tried to turn a hospital oxygen tank into a crime scene. I know. He remembers the last life. I know. And in that last life he married you. The room went quiet. Willow's expression softened. George. I folded my arms. Don't George me, I'm being rational. Are you? Mostly. She studied me. Then very calmly she asked, are you jealous? No. She raised an eyebrow. I looked away. Maybe legally. Her lips curved. Terrible woman. She walked toward me and adjusted my collar even though it was perfectly fine. I won't see him alone. Good. You can come. I paused. What? If he wants to speak, let him speak in front of you. I blinked. That was unexpectedly satisfying. So the next morning, we went to the detention center. Makoto sat behind the glass barrier, wearing a plain detention vest. Without the suit, the expensive watch, the cold young master aura, he looked younger. More tired. Almost ordinary. Almost. Then he saw Willow and me enter together, and his eyes darkened. Of course, he said, you brought him. I sat down beside Willow. Hello to you too. Makoto ignored me. His gaze stayed on Willow. You really won't even give me one private conversation. Willow picked up the phone on our side of the glass. No. He laughed softly. How cruel. No, careful. Makoto's smile faded. For a few seconds, neither spoke. Then he said, you remember everything. Willow nodded. Yes. The wedding. Yes. The house in East Bay. Yes. The fire. Her fingers tightened around the phone. Yes. I looked at her. Fire. That was new. Makoto noticed and smiled faintly. She didn't tell you everything, brother. Willow's voice turned cold. Do not. Makoto leaned back. In the last life she chose me. Did she tell you that? She wore the wedding dress. She stood beside me. She promised forever. I knew he was trying to provoke me. I knew it very clearly. Unfortunately, knowing a knife was coming did not make getting stabbed pleasant. I looked at Willow. She looked at me. No guilt. No evasion. Only regret. That helped. Makoto continued. And you, George, had already run away by then. You took your money and disappeared. You left her to me. I smiled. Sounds like past life me had poor judgment. Makoto's face twisted. Willow said, I chose wrong once. That does not give you ownership over me. His eyes reddened. I loved you. No, she said, you needed me. Makoto slammed his palm against the table. The officer nearby stepped forward. Makoto forced himself still. His voice dropped. I was alone. Willow looked at him quietly. I know. I had nothing. I know. They used me. I know. Then why does he get forgiveness? The question came out raw. Not aimed at me. Not even entirely at Willow. It sounded like he was asking the universe. Why did George get family? Why did David get his mother? Why did Daniel get found? Why did Willow get another chance? Why did Makoto get a cell? For a moment, I almost pitied him. Almost. Then I remembered David tied to a chair. Daniel nearly killed. Willow's last life ruined. My supposed death. Pity was not the same as absolution. Willow's voice was soft but firm. Because he stopped when he still had choices. Makoto froze. She continued, George wanted to run, he was greedy, cowardly sometimes, ridiculous often. I turned to her. Must we list all traits? She ignored me. But when people needed him, he came back. David made mistakes, but he chose truth. Daniel had every reason to reject everyone, but he still saved lives. You had chances too, Makoto. His face went pale. You chose revenge every time. Makoto stared at her. Then he laughed. Quietly at first. Then louder. But there was no joy in it. You speak like you're clean. Willow did not flinch. I'm not. That silenced him. She said, in the last life, I abandoned George when he needed help. I supported you because pity made me arrogant. I thought I could save you. Her eyes reddened. I was wrong. Makoto whispered, and this life. This life, I will testify truthfully. I will not hate you more than your actions deserve, but I will not protect you from consequences. Makoto's eyes moved to me. And you? I pointed to myself. I'm mostly here for emotional support and to prevent private tragic conversations. His mouth twitched despite himself. Then he looked away. After a long time he said, Diego has another plan. Willow's eyes sharpened. What plan? Makoto leaned closer to the glass. He expected to be arrested. My scalp tingled. Makoto smiled faintly. He always prepares 3 exits. The first is legal, the second is financial, the third. He looked at me. Blood. My stomach sank. What does that mean? Makoto's voice lowered. Before the hospital incident, Diego transferred a sealed packet to the Wang Group board secretary. If he remains detained for more than 72 hours, the packet will be released to all directors. What's in it? Willow asked. Makoto smiled. The truth about George. The room became very still. I blinked. Me. Makoto nodded slowly. Did you really think the baby switch case only had 3 babies? My mouth went dry. Willow stood abruptly. Makoto's smile widened. There was a 4th file. On the drive back, Willow was silent again. This time, I did not count the minutes. Because I was busy trying not to panic. A 4th file. Wonderful. Excellent. Perfect. As if baby A, baby B, and baby C were not enough, now the plot had introduced baby D. And according to Makoto, baby D was me. I stared out the window. Maybe he lied. Willow said nothing. Villains lie all the time. Still nothing. He could be trying to shake us. He is, she said. Good. But that does not mean the file is fake. I turned to her. How comforting. Willow gripped the steering wheel. In my last life, I never knew about a 4th file. That should make me feel better. No, It means Diego hit it deeper than the others. I exhaled and leaned back. For most of this mess, I had maintained one comforting truth. I was the fake young master. Simple, clean, unfortunate but understandable. The Wang family raised me by mistake. Daniel was the real heir. David belonged to the Liu secret. Makoto was Diego's weapon. Fine. But now Diego apparently had something about me. And if there was one thing I had learned recently, it was that old wealthy family files never contained birthday cards. Willow's phone rang. Lawyer Mu. She answered on speaker. I heard from the detention center, he said. Makoto gave you a warning. Yes, Willow said. A packet at Wang Group. I'm already checking. Chairman Wang is calling an emergency board meeting tomorrow morning. Diego's faction is pushing to remove him on grounds of reputational damage. I sat up. Already? Yes, the packet may be intended for that meeting. Willow's eyes turned cold. Who is the board secretary? Samuel Kyan. He worked for Diego for years before being transferred to the chairman's office. I said, so definitely Diego's man. Very likely. Lawyer Mu paused. There is another issue. I closed my eyes. Of course there is. Someone anonymously sent media outlets a teaser claiming George Wang's identity is more scandalous than the fake heir case. My soul left my body briefly. Willow's voice sharpened. Block it. Trying, but if the packet contains documents they may publish. I rubbed my face. Can we sue preemptively? Lawyer Mu said, we can threaten, but we need to know what we're dealing with. After the call ended, Willow turned the car toward Wang Group headquarters. I looked at her. Where are we going? To find Samuel Kyan. Shouldn't we prepare? We are preparing. By walking into enemy headquarters. Yes. I nodded slowly. Marriage has made me very adventurous. When we arrived at Wang Group, the building lobby was packed with reporters. The moment they saw me, cameras lifted. Mr. George, is it true there's another secret about your birth? Are you related to the Liu family scandal? Did Chairman Wang hide your identity deliberately? I stopped. Willow looked at me. I smiled at the reporters. Friends, I would also like to know who I am. If you find out before me, please send a summarized version. Some reporters laughed. Some looked disappointed. Good. Confusion was still better than guilt. We took the private elevator upstairs. Samuel Kyan's office was empty. Too empty. His computer was gone. Desk cleared. Drawer open. Willow checked the cabinet. Nothing. I looked at the trash can because corporate villains always underestimated trash cans. Inside was an envelope corner. Torn. Burned slightly. I picked it up with a tissue. There were only 3 readable words. Send Agnes home. Willow's face changed. You know it, I asked. Yes. What is it? An old private maternity home. It closed 26 years ago. Convenient. Terrible. Obviously relevant. We searched the office for another 10 minutes and found nothing else. Then my phone buzzed. Unknown number. I nearly threw it. The message contained a photo. Not from Makoto this time. The photo showed a young nurse holding a newborn. On the back, handwritten words. George temporary placement. Under that, do not release to Wang family without Diego's approval. I stopped breathing. Willow took the phone. Her expression went deadly still. A second message arrived. Board meeting, 9 a.m. Come hear your story. No signature. It did not need one. Diego. I stared at the photo. For the first time since transmigrating, a thought hit me with real force. Whose body had I taken? Who was George before he became George Wang? And why had Diego needed to approve whether I entered the Wang family? Willow touched my arm. George. I forced a smile. Good news, I may not be fake in the way we thought. She did not smile. Neither did I. The next morning, the Wang Group boardroom was full. Directors, lawyers, executives, reporters waiting outside. Security at every door. Millionaire Wang sat at the head of the table, pale but steady. Misty sat behind him. Daniel stood nearby, not seated at the table, because officially he was not part of the company yet. David came too. He said he was there to support Daniel. Then Alina came. She said she was there to support David. Then Landon Liu came. He said he was there to support Willow. Then Willow came. She said nothing and stood beside me. As for me, I was there because apparently today's meeting included a presentation titled, "Who is George Actually?" Wonderful. Samuel Kyan appeared at exactly 9. He wore a gray suit and carried a sealed folder. Behind him were 2 board members known to be close to Diego. Old men with expensive watches and cheap loyalty. Samuel placed the folder on the table. Chairman Wang, he said, before today's vote, certain historical matters must be disclosed. Millionaire Wang's expression was cold. Proceed. Samuel opened the folder. 25 years ago, during the baby switch incident, the child raised as George Wang was not an accidental replacement. The room stirred. Misty stood. What are you saying? Samuel looked at me. George was placed into the Wang family deliberately. My stomach tightened. Willow's hand slipped into mine under the table. Samuel continued. According to records from St. Agnes' home, George's biological mother was not a random woman. She was connected to Diego Wang. The room exploded. I felt oddly calm. Maybe there was a limit to shock. Maybe after enough identity twists, the brain simply opened a customer service ticket. Millionaire Wang said coldly, "Connected how?" Samuel removed a document. George is Diego Wang's biological son. Silence. Dead silence. Then chaos. Misty staggered. Daniel frowned. David cursed under his breath. Willow's hand tightened around mine. I stared at Samuel. Then at the document. Then at Millionaire Wang. Then finally I laughed. Not because it was funny. Because it was so absurd, it had wrapped around into comedy. So let me get this straight, I said. Everyone looked at me. I pointed at myself. I, George Wang, believed I was the fake son of Millionaire Wang. I pointed toward Daniel. Daniel is the real son. I pointed vaguely toward the detention center. Makoto is the fake real son. I pointed at David. David is the hidden Liu son. Then back to myself. And now you're saying I'm the villain uncle's son. No one spoke. I nodded. This family needs a flowchart. One of Diego's board allies slammed the table. This is not a joke. I agree, I said. It's an administrative disaster. Samuel's face darkened. George, your presence in the Wang family was part of Diego's long-term plan. He inserted you as a controllable heir. I raised an eyebrow. Controllable. Willow muttered, clearly poor planning. David actually laughed. Daniel lowered his head, shoulders shaking. Even millionaire Wang's lips twitched. Samuel looked annoyed. You are Diego's blood. That means your loyalty is questionable. Willow's voice turned icy. Blood does not determine loyalty. Samuel looked at her. Miss Liu, with respect, you have none. He froze. Willow stood. If blood determined loyalty, Diego would not have betrayed his own brother. Makoto would not have harmed the family that tried to accept him. David would have been protected by the Liu family instead of abandoned. Daniel would have been found decades ago. Her gaze swept the room. And George? She looked at me. George had every chance to run. Instead, he helped expose Diego, saved evidence, protected Daniel, and brought David to his mother. I stared at her. My heart jumped painfully. Willow continued. If you want to question someone's loyalty, start with the people who hid this file until it was useful. The boardroom went silent. Lawyer Mu stepped forward. Thank you, Miss Liu. Since Mr. Kyan has opened the matter, we should complete the disclosure. Samuel's expression shifted. Lawyer Mu placed another file on the table. We obtained certified records from St. Agnes' home this morning. George is not Diego Wang's biological son. Samuel froze. I blinked. What? Lawyer Mu looked at me. The document Samuel presented is altered. Samuel's face went pale. Lawyer Mu continued. George's biological mother was a woman named Clara Shen, a nurse at St. Agnes. She disappeared shortly after George was placed with the Wang family. My heart stopped. Clara Shen. A name. A real name. My name had been sitting behind glass all this time, waiting. Lawyer Mu turned the page. Diego forged later records claiming George was his biological son, intending to use that claim when necessary to discredit both George and Chairman Wang. Millionaire Wang's voice was cold. So George was placed with us by Diego, but not because he was Diego's son. Correct, Lawyer Mu said. He was a backup pawn. Backup pawn. That sounded about right. I laughed softly. The remaining one is always ultimate backup. Willow looked at me. She understood. Samuel tried to step back. Security blocked him. Lawyer Mu said, Mr. Kyan, the police are waiting outside. Samuel's face collapsed. Diego said the documents were real. Diego says many things, I said. Most of them are crimes. The boardroom door opened. Police entered. Samuel was taken away. The directors who supported Diego, suddenly, became very interested in the table surface. Millionaire Wang stood slowly. I will say this once. His voice was not loud. But everyone listened. George is my son. Daniel is my son. Blood, mistakes, and conspiracies do not change responsibility. Anyone who uses my children as weapons against this family can leave this table now. Nobody moved. Cowards. Practical cowards. The emergency vote failed before it even began. Diego's board faction collapsed. For the first time in days, the room felt like it had oxygen. Then Daniel spoke. I don't want shares. Everyone looked at him. He adjusted his glasses. At least not now. I'm a doctor. I have a life. I'm willing to meet the family, take the DNA confirmation publicly if necessary, and cooperate with legal matters. But I will not become a symbol in a corporate war. Millionaire Wang nodded. Fair. Daniel looked at me. And George should keep his position. I stared. Excuse me. He knows the company. I don't. Also, he seems harder to manipulate than expected. David said, "That's because he's shameless." I pointed at him. "You were tied to a chair last week. Be respectful." David shrugged. Willow smiled. "A little." Millionaire Wang looked at me. "George, will you help stabilize the company?" Every instinct in my body screamed no. Run. Beach. Yacht. Lobster buffet. But then I looked at Daniel, standing in a room that should have been his but felt foreign. David, still learning how to be Elias. Misty, looking afraid to lose another son. Millionaire Wang, tired but trusting me. And Willow. Willow, who had broken the plot with both hands and dragged me back from every exit. I sighed. Temporarily. Willow's eyebrow lifted. I quickly added, very temporarily. Nobody believed me. Not even me. That night, Willow brought me to a small archive room Lawyer Mu had secured. Inside was a sealed evidence box from St. Agnes' home. My box. Not George Wang's. Not the fake young master, S. Mine. At least the body's original mine. I stood in front of it for a long time. Willow stayed beside me. She did not rush me. That was one thing I liked about her. Terrifying woman, yes. But she knew when silence was not empty. Finally, I opened the box. Inside were a hospital bracelet, a faded baby blanket, a photograph of a young woman in a nurse uniform, and a letter. The envelope was yellowed with age. On the front were 2 words. For George. I sat down. My hands felt strangely numb. Willow placed a hand on my shoulder. I opened the letter. The handwriting was soft and slanted. My son, if this letter reaches you, then perhaps someone finally chose truth over fear. Your name at birth was not George. I named you Noah. It means rest. I hoped your life would be peaceful. I am sorry, I could not give that to you. I stopped reading. Noah. That name moved through me like a bell in an empty room. I was not Noah. Not really. I was a transmigrator from another world. But this body had been Noah once. A baby named for peace, placed into a storm. Willow crouched beside me. You don't have to continue now. I do. So I read on. I worked at St. Agnes' home. I saw things I should not have seen. Children moved without records. Mothers lied too. Families paid off. Diego Wang came often. He was polite. Everyone feared him. When I discovered he intended to place another child into the Wang family as part of his scheme, I tried to report it, but the documents disappeared. Then people began following me. I had you then. You were only 2 months old. I thought if I hid I could protect you. I was wrong. My throat tightened. Diego found me. He said I had 2 choices. Give you to a family where you would live in wealth, or keep you and watch both of us vanish. I chose your life. I do not know if that was courage or cowardice, maybe both. I exhaled shakily. Willow's fingers tightened around mine. The Wang family did not know the truth. They believed you were the child returned through confused records. I let them believe it because it meant you would be fed, educated, and protected. But I feared Diego would one day use your identity. So I left this letter with Sister Agnes, along with proof that you are not Diego's son. Noah, if you grow up loved, then do not hate me for leaving. If you grow up lonely, then hate me if you must. A mother can bear that. I only ask one thing. Do not become their pawn. Live as yourself. Clara Shen, the letter ended there. For a long time I could not speak. Willow sat beside me on the floor. Elegant Willow Liu, sitting on an archive room floor in a designer skirt, holding the hand of a man who had just learned he was not even fake in the way he thought. Finally, I said, "She named him Noah." Willow nodded. "Rest." I laughed quietly. Poor woman, her naming accuracy was terrible. Willow did not laugh. She leaned her head gently against my shoulder. "You can still have peace." I looked at the letter, then at the photo. Clara Shin had kind eyes. Tired eyes. Brave eyes. "Do you think she survived?" Willow was silent. Then she said, "We'll find out." I turned to her. "You're adding another investigation to the notebook, aren't you?" "Yes." Title. She thought for a moment. "Find George's mother." I looked down at the letter, then corrected softly, "Find Noah's mother." Willow's eyes softened. "All right." I folded the letter carefully. For the first time, the name George felt both mine and not mine. The name Noah felt like a door I had not opened yet. And somewhere between the two stood me. A transmigrator. A fake young master. A husband. A son twice over. Maybe 3 times if fate was feeling excessive. Willow touched my face. "Are you all right?" I thought about lying, then decided against it. "No." She nodded. "Okay. You're not going to tell me to be strong." "No." "Good, I hate that." "I know." I leaned back against the cabinet and closed my eyes. After a while I said, "Willow." "Oh." "In your last life, did you know anything about Clara Shen?" "No." Then the plot changed. "Yes." "Because of us." "Yes." I opened my eyes. Then maybe this time, the ending can change too. Willow looked at me. Her expression was gentle, in a way that still made my heart malfunction. It already has. Outside the archive room, the city kept moving. Diego was not finished. Makoto's warning still echoed. The media storm was only beginning. Daniel had not accepted the Wang family yet. David had only just found his mother. And I had a new name buried inside an old letter. But for the first time since transmigrating, I did not want to run. Not tonight. Tonight, I held Clara Shen's letter in one hand and Willow's hand in the other. And I thought maybe survival was not escaping alone with 500 million. Maybe survival was staying long enough to stop being someone else's pawn. Maybe survival was choosing your own name. The search for Clara Shen began that night. By search, I mean Willow opened her laptop, called 3 private investigators, 2 retired hospital administrators, 1 cybersecurity consultant, and a man named Mr. Finch who apparently specialized in finding people who did not want to be found. I sat beside her on the sofa, holding Clara's letter. Uselessly. Emotionally. Very handsomely, according to no one. Willow typed quickly, her expression calm. Too calm. I had grown familiar with this calm. It meant she had turned fear into project management. "Willow," I said. "Oh." "You know you don't have to solve every tragic bloodline mystery before breakfast." She did not look up. "If we wait, Diego may erase the trail." Fair. Reasonable. Annoying. I leaned back. "You know, normal couples after surviving a corporate coup might order takeout." "We already ordered." I blinked. "When?" 20 minutes ago." "What did you order?" "Kanji, your stomach has been bad from stress." I stared at her. This woman had scheduled a missing person investigation and digestive care at the same time. Terrifying. Marriage material. Auntie May delivered the food herself. She looked at the files spread over the coffee table, then at me, then at Willow. Should I ask? I shook my head. No, for your own safety. She nodded wisely and left. At midnight, Mr. Finch called back. Willow put him on speaker. Miss Liu, he said, Clara Shen disappeared 25 years ago after leaving St. Agnes' home. Officially, there is no death record. My heart tightened. No death record. Not alive. Not dead. Just missing. That was worse than either. Mr. Finch continued, but there is a medical insurance trace under another name from 12 years ago. Willow sat straighter. What name? Celia Sun. I frowned. Alias. Likely, she was treated at a charity clinic in North Province. Diagnosis: chronic respiratory damage and old blunt force trauma. My hand clenched. Willow glanced at me but said nothing. Mr. Finch continued. After that, she vanished again. However, 6 years ago, a woman matching her age and profile entered a private rehabilitation center under yet another name. Willow's voice lowered. Where? Gray River Sanatorium. My chest sank. Even I knew that name. Gray River was not where wealthy people sent relatives for peaceful recovery. It was where inconvenient people went when families wanted them quiet and governments wanted paperwork clean. I looked at Willow. Diego. She nodded slowly. Most likely. Mr. Finch said, there's more. The bills were paid through a shell foundation. What foundation? Willow asked. A pause. Evergreen Benevolence Fund. Willow's expression changed. I noticed immediately. What? She did not answer me. Instead, she asked Mr. Finch, are you certain? Yes. She ended the call. The room went quiet. I looked at her. Willow. She closed her laptop. That foundation appeared in my last life. My throat tightened. When? After your death. Wonderful. I hated that phrase. She continued. Makoto used it to launder money from the Liu group. I thought it was created by him. But it was Diego's. Maybe, or Makoto inherited it from Diego. I looked down at Clara's letter. So my mother may have been alive in your last life too. Willow's eyes softened. Yes. But no one found her. No. I laughed softly. A very unpleasant sound. So many lost people in this story. Willow reached for my hand. Daniel. David. Elena. Clara. Me. Even Makoto, before he became the kind of person who turned pain into knives. Willow said, we'll go to Gray River tomorrow. Tomorrow? Yes. Shouldn't we sleep? You won't. Again. Accurate. I leaned back and covered my eyes. After a while I asked, in your last life when I died, Willow froze. I removed my hand and looked at her. You never told me what happened. Her face went pale. George. No, Noah, George, whoever, I need to know. She closed her eyes. For a minute, I thought she would refuse. Then she spoke. In the last life, Makoto set a trap for me after the Liu group collapsed. I thought he only wanted documents, but he had already decided I had betrayed him. Her voice trembled. You came. Of course I did. I'm apparently very consistent in stupidity. She did not smile. You shielded me from a knife. My stomach turned cold. And then, you told me not to cry. That sounded like me. And then, her eyes opened. They were red. You died before the ambulance arrived. The room fell silent. I suddenly understood why she panicked whenever I ran toward danger. Why she blocked stairs, balconies, hospitals, alcohol, night travel, and apparently my entire free will. She had watched me die once, and I kept joking my way toward the same edge. I squeezed her hand. "I'm here." She stared at me. "I know." "No, look," I lifted our joined hands. Here, breathing, annoying, very expensive to maintain. Her mouth trembled. I pulled her gently toward me. She resisted for half a second. Then she folded. Willow Liu, cold heiress, reborn strategizing queen, rested her forehead against my shoulder and finally cried. Quietly. Her fingers clutched my shirt like if she loosened them, I would vanish. I did not joke. I did not move. I just held her. Because for once, survival did not mean running. It meant staying still long enough for someone to believe you were real. Gray River Sanatorium was built in the mountains. Naturally. Because if you were hiding secrets, why choose somewhere convenient? It had white walls, iron gates, security cameras, and a sign that said, "Recovery through peace." Lies. Any place with that many locks was not selling peace. Willow and I arrived with Lawyer Mu, 2 private investigators, and 4 bodyguards. I had suggested bringing 8. Willow said 4 was enough. I said last time 4 was enough. Someone ended up tied to a chair. She increased it to 6. Marriage was compromise. At the front gate, a guard asked for identification. Lawyer Mu produced a folder thick enough to injure someone. "We are here regarding Clara Shen, also registered under Celia's son." The guard's expression changed. Just slightly. Then he said, "No such patient." Lawyer Mu smiled. I loved when Lawyer Mu smiled. It meant someone was about to have a bad hour. "Then you won't mind if we inspect records with the local health bureau authorization." The guard hesitated. Behind us, one of Willow's investigators quietly photographed the security camera arrangement. I whispered to Willow, "This feels illegal." She whispered back, "It's documented." Documented illegal. "George." I shut up. We were allowed inside after 20 minutes of phone calls. The director of Gray River was a thin man named Harrison, with sweating temples and a smile that looked rented. "Miss Liu, Mr. Wang," he said, "there must be some misunderstanding. We provide long-term care for patients with special needs." I looked at the locked hallway behind him. "Do your special needs include not being allowed to leave?" His smile stiffened. Lawyer Mu opened his folder. "We need the full admission record for Celia's son." Director spread his hands. As I said, "I don't recall." Willow placed her phone on the table. A recording played. Mr. Finch's voice. Then bank transfer records. Then a photo of Clara Shen entering the facility 6 years ago. Director stopped smiling. Willow said, "We can do this politely, or I can call the police, the health bureau, and every media outlet currently bored outside Wang Group headquarters." Director swallowed. "Please wait." He left. I watched him go. "He's going to destroy records." Willow said, "No, he's going to call Diego's people." Comforting. 3 minutes later, the fire alarm went off. Of course. The hallway exploded into movement. Nurses, orderlies, patients, security guards. A perfect mess. Willow stood immediately. "Clara." We ran toward the locked wing. A bodyguard kicked open the emergency access door. Very satisfying. Inside, the air smelled of disinfectant and old medicine. Rooms lined both sides, some empty, some occupied by elderly patients, some with windows that did not open. At the end of the hall, a nurse was pushing a wheelchair toward a side exit. In the wheelchair sat a woman with gray-streaked hair, thin shoulders, and a blanket over her knees. My heart stopped. I did not know her. I did not remember her. But the body knew something. My chest tightened so hard I could not breathe. "Clara Shen," Willow shouted. The nurse froze. Then she ran faster. I sprinted. Again. I really needed better shoes. The side door opened. 2 men waited outside near a black van. Not hospital staff. Obviously. There was always a black van. Villains lacked creativity. One man reached for the wheelchair. I slammed into him shoulder first. Pain shot through my arm. He staggered. The second man grabbed me by the collar. Before I could regret every life decision, Willow's bodyguard took him down. Efficient. Beautiful. Worth every security invoice. The nurse screamed and tried to flee, but Willow caught her wrist. Willow Liu catching someone's wrist should be classified as psychological warfare. "Where were you taking her?" Willow asked coldly. "I don't know. I only followed orders." "Whose orders?" The nurse cried. "Director, he said the patient had to be transferred immediately." Clara Celia, my mother, sat in the wheelchair with her head lowered. She did not react. Her hair partly covered her face. I crouched in front of her. My hands trembled. "Clara." No response. Her eyes were open but unfocused. "Drugged. Maybe worse." Willow knelt beside me and checked her pulse. "Alive, sedated." I exhaled. Did not realize I had been holding my breath. Lawyer Mu arrived with the investigators. "The police are on the way." Good. The word police had become very comforting lately. I looked at the woman in the wheelchair. Clara Shen. The woman who named this body Noah. The woman who chose his life over hers. The woman Diego buried without killing. I reached out but stopped before touching her. What right did I have? I was not truly Noah. I carried his body, but not his memories. His mother had suffered for him. And I was the stranger standing in his place. Willow noticed. She gently took my hand and placed it on Clara's blanket. "George," she said softly, "whatever you think you are the one who came for her." My throat tightened. Clara's fingers moved slightly under the blanket. Just once. But I felt it. A tiny pressure against my hand. My eyes burned. "Mom," I whispered. Her eyelids trembled. Her lips parted. No sound came at first. Then faintly, like dust turning into breath. "Noah." The hallway disappeared. The guards. The alarms. The police sirens outside. All gone. Only that name remained. Noah. A name meant for rest. A name that had waited 25 years in the mouth of a mother who never got to say it. I bowed my head over her hand. "Yes," I said hoarsely, "I'm here." I did not know if it was true. But in that moment, I wanted it to be. Clara was transferred to Liu Group's private hospital that afternoon. This time, no locked wing. No sedatives without authorization. No shell foundation. No van. Only a secure room, real doctors and Willow personally threatening 3 department heads with career extinction if anyone mishandled her. Clara slept for most of the day. The doctor said she had been kept under long-term medication, Not enough to kill her, but enough to dull memory, movement, and resistance. I stood outside the room with Willow. My hands were shaking. I hated that. Willow handed me warm water. Drink. I'm not thirsty. Drink. I drank. Marriage was also obedience under medical supervision. Daniel arrived in the evening. He reviewed Clara's chart with the attending physician, his face growing darker line by line. This was not treatment, he said. No, Willow replied, it was containment. David came with Alina. When Alina saw Clara through the glass, she covered her mouth. She was the nurse, Alina whispered. I looked at her. You knew her. Alina nodded slowly. She held Elias after he was born. She told me he was beautiful. She cried when they took him. David's eyes reddened. The lost people were all connected. A nurse who tried to protect a baby. A mother whose child was stolen. A fake son placed into another family. A real son hidden under wrong papers. A reborn wife trying to stop a second tragedy. And me standing in the middle wondering how much of a person was name, memory, body, or choice. Before I could spiral too far, Lawyer Mu arrived. His expression was grim. Diego has made a statement. I turned. What kind? He claims Clara Shen kidnapped George from St. Agnes and inserted him into the Wang family to extort money. I stared, then laughed. Wow. Lawyer Mu nodded, yes. He really saw his secret victim wake up and immediately blamed her. Yes. Creative. Willow's voice was icy. He wants to destroy her credibility. Correct, Lawyer Mu said. And there's more. Diego claims he has evidence George knew his identity long ago and colluded with Clara. I pointed at myself. I was an infant. He claims later collusion. I only found out yesterday. Yes, Lawyer Mu said, but public opinion does not require chronology if the lie is loud enough. I sighed. That was unfortunately true. Willow asked, what is his goal? Lawyer Mu looked at me. To force George into a settlement. I blinked. Me. Yes, the message came through his lawyer. If George agrees not to testify, not to pursue Clara's case, and publicly states Diego had no role in his placement, Diego will withdraw the forged documents and help suppress the scandal. I looked at Willow. Then Daniel. Then David. Then Clara behind the glass. My mother, drugged for years because Diego could not allow a loose end to breathe freely. No, I said. Lawyer Mu nodded like he had expected that. Willow's eyes softened. George. I raised a hand. No, I know what you're going to say. Think carefully, consider risk, protect yourself, very touching. Very strategic, but no. Willow did not interrupt. I continued. He used Daniel's life, David's life, Alina's life, Clara's life, Makoto's hatred, the Wang family, the Liu family, everyone. And now he thinks he can use me again because he put me in the Wang family like a spare chess piece. My voice shook. I hated that too. But I kept going. I spent this whole time trying to run because I thought nothing here was mine. Not the family, not the name, not the marriage, not even the story. I looked at Clara. But she gave me a name. The Wangs gave me a home. Willow gave me another chance. David gave us the truth. Daniel gave us proof that blood doesn't have to become a weapon. Then I looked at Lawyer Mu. So tell Diego this. The hallway went quiet. I smiled. Not my usual harmless smile. Something sharper. His backup pawn refuses to move. Willow stared at me. Then she laughed softly. Just once. Proud. Painful. Beautiful. Lawyer Moo's glasses flashed. I'll deliver the message. David looked at me. You know this means he'll hit back harder. Yes. Daniel said, then we prepare. Elena nodded, together. Willow took my hand. Together. I squeezed back. For once, I did not make a joke. Because there was nothing funny about what came next. Diego's first exit had been legal. His second had been financial. His third had been blood. And I had just closed the door. Diego hit back at dawn. Not through lawyers. Not through board members. Through the media. At 6 in the morning, every major gossip account in Orange City posted the same headline. Willow Liu's secret diary reveals mental instability, claims of past life, marriage obsession, and manipulation of George Wang. Below the headline were photos. Pages. Pages from Willow's black notebook. My stomach turned cold. Do not let George die. Makoto returns on banquet night. George will try to flee, stop him. David disappears if left alone. Hospital incident must be prevented. George dies if I hesitate. The internet exploded. Of course it did. People could accept corporate fraud, hidden heirs, baby switches, and forged documents. But a rebirth diary. That was entertainment. The comments were brutal. Is Willow Liu insane? So she manipulated George because of some fantasy. No wonder she refused the divorce. Rich people really need therapy. Maybe Makoto was the victim here. I read 3 comments and closed the phone. Willow sat across from me at the breakfast table. Her face was calm. Too calm. 4th kind of calm. The kind that meant the wound was too deep to bleed immediately. Willow, I said quietly. She looked up. I'm fine. No, you're not. I expected this possibility. Expecting pain doesn't make it hurt less. Her chopsticks paused. Then she put them down. The diary was in our apartment safe. I froze. Only a few people had access. Me. Willow. Auntie May. Security. And I looked toward the hallway. Auntie May. Willow's voice was low. She has been with me for 8 years. That did not answer the question. Auntie May entered at that moment carrying tea. Her face was pale. Her hands shook. Willow looked at her. The room went silent. Auntie May set the tray down. Then she knelt. I stood instantly. Auntie May, what are you doing? She began crying. Miss, I'm sorry. Willow's face turned white. Auntie May continued, my son owed gambling debt. They said if I only took photos of the notebook, no one would get hurt. They said it was just business gossip. I didn't know they would. Willow closed her eyes. I felt a strange anger rise. Not explosive. Cold. Auntie May had betrayed her. But she was also crying like a person who had already been crushed. Willow asked, who contacted you? A man surnamed Kyan first, then another man, I never saw his face. Samuel Kyan. Diego's board secretary. Even arrested, Diego's lines remained. Willow stood. Auntie May flinched. But Willow did not shout. She only said, leave the house. Lawyer Moo will contact you. If you cooperate fully, I will not pursue you beyond what the law requires. Auntie May cried harder. Miss, Willow turned away. Go. Auntie May left. The door closed. Willow stood very still. I walked to her. She said, don't. I stopped. Her shoulders trembled once. Only once. Then she steadied herself. They'll use the diary to invalidate everything. I said, then we validate it. She looked at me. What? If they think you're crazy because your predictions were accurate, then we show the accuracy. Her eyes sharpened slightly. I continued, every note in that diary matches an event Diego caused. Makoto's return, financial traps, David's disappearance, hospital attack, Clara's location. The diary isn't evidence of insanity. I smiled. It's evidence that you were investigating patterns. Willow stared. That's dangerous. Everything is dangerous. They'll ask why I wrote about a past life. We say trauma language. She blinked. I shrugged. People write strange things when they're afraid. You don't have to prove rebirth to the public. You only have to prove Diego's crimes. Willow looked at me for a long moment. Then she whispered, "You believe me?" I frowned. Bit late to ask. No, her eyes reddened. You really believe me? I stepped closer. This morning, people online called you insane because you loved me enough to fight fate with a notebook. Her face crumpled. I gently touched her cheek. I don't care what they call it. She closed her eyes. For the record, it was a very creepy notebook. A wet laugh escaped her. Good. Still alive in there. I continued, but it saved me. It saved David, it saved Daniel, it found Clara. Willow opened her eyes. So yes, I believe you. She leaned into me. For once in daylight, with no crisis immediate enough to interrupt us, Willow let herself be held. Then my phone buzzed. Unknown number. I groaned. Can villains please respect emotional timing? The message had one line. If Willow remembers one life, ask her what she forgot. Below it was an image. A burned wedding photo. Willow and Makoto. From the last life. My blood chilled. Willow saw it. Her face went blank. Then she whispered one word. Fire. Willow's hands were ice cold. We sat in the study, with the black notebook open between us. Pages photographed by Diego had gone public. But there were pages he had not leaked. Pages Willow had torn out. Burned. Hidden from even herself. I knew because she brought out a small metal box from behind the bookshelf. Inside were blackened scraps. A half-burned page. A melted ring. And a photo. Not the one Diego sent. This one showed a mansion on fire. East Bay. The house Makoto mentioned at the detention center. Willow stared at the photo as if it might swallow her. In the last life, she said slowly, after I realized Makoto had used me, I tried to leave. I sat beside her. He locked down the East Bay house. My jaw tightened. He said the Liu Group documents belonged to him. He said I belonged to him. I said nothing. Because if I spoke, it would not help. Willow continued, I contacted you. Me. Yes, you had already left Orange City. I thought you hated me. I thought you wouldn't come. But I came. You came. Her voice broke. The fire started before you arrived. I thought Makoto said it. I thought it was punishment. She picked up the burned scrap. But now I looked at the fragment. Only a few words remained. Evergreen transfer complete. Clara Shen confirmed alive. Fourth child contingency. My breath stopped. Clara. Fourth child. Evergreen. This was not just about Willow's escape. This was Diego's cleanup operation. Willow whispered, I forgot this part. Why? I don't know. I looked at the melted ring. Maybe trauma. Maybe. But neither of us believed it fully. Because Makoto had remembered the fire. Diego knew which pages to leak. And Willow had forgotten the one piece that connected Clara, Evergreen, and me to the last life ending. I picked up the burned photo. In the corner, behind the flames, there was a blurry figure. Not Makoto. Not Willow. Not me. An older man in a dark coat. Diego. My scalp went numb. Willow. She looked at the photo. Her pupils contracted. He was there. Yes. Her breathing quickened. That means Makoto didn't start the fire. Maybe not. Then I finished for her. Diego did. The study went silent. If Diego had started the fire in the last life, then Makoto might not have been the endgame villain. He was still guilty. Still dangerous. Still responsible for his choices. But Diego had been the one behind the final curtain. The man who erased children, drugged Clara, weaponized Makoto, buried David, hid Daniel, and tried to turn me into blood blackmail. The real final boss had always been Uncle Diego. Willow stood suddenly. We need to talk to Makoto again. I also stood. You want to see him? He remembers the fire. And may lie. Yes. And may manipulate you. He can try. I looked at her for a long second. Then nodded. I'm going with you. I know. No private tragic conversations. Her lips curved faintly. No private tragic conversations. Before leaving, I picked up Clara's letter and placed it inside my jacket. Willow noticed. For courage, she asked. I thought about it. No. Then why? I smiled. To remind myself I was not born to be somebody's pawn. At the detention center, Makoto looked worse than before. The arrogance had thinned. The anger remained, but beneath it was exhaustion. When he saw the burned photo, his expression changed immediately. Where did you get that? Willow placed it against the glass. You remember the fire. Makoto's jaw tightened. Yes. Did you start it? His eyes flashed. No. The answer came too fast. Too raw. I believed him. Unfortunately. Willow asked, did Diego? Makoto's silence answered. I leaned forward. Makoto, listen carefully. Diego is going to bury you with everything. The hospital attack, the forged files, the kidnapping, the financial fraud, all of it. He laughed coldly. You want me to betray him? No, I said. I want you to stop protecting the man who turned your suffering into a leash. His face twisted. Shut up. Gladly after this. Willow picked up the phone. In the last life, you told me George left me to you. Makoto's face tightened. But Diego set the fire, didn't he? He closed his eyes. For a moment, he looked 25 and ancient at the same time. He said fire purifies records. My blood ran cold. Makoto continued, voice low. That night, he came to East Bay for the Evergreen accounts. You had found Clara's medical transfers. You had found George's old file. Willow's breathing quickened. I confronted you. Yes, Makoto said. You thought it was mine. Was it? Makoto looked at me. No, I didn't even know what Evergreen really was then. He laughed bitterly. I thought I was using Diego. I thought I was the one taking revenge. But he had already written everyone's ending. Willow whispered, George died in that fire. Makoto's eyes moved to her. No. The room froze. My heart stopped. Willow gripped the phone. What? Makoto's voice was hoarse. George got you out. He was injured but alive when I saw him. Willow's face drained of color. No, I held him. He stopped breathing. Makoto shook his head. You fainted from smoke. Diego's men took him. I could not move. What did you say? I asked. Makoto looked at me. In the last life, George didn't die at East Bay. Willow's hand shook so badly, I took the phone from her. Makoto said the next word slowly. Diego took him because Clara Shen's file required a living blood sample to unlock the final trust records. The world tilted. Last life George had not died saving Willow. He had been taken, used, then erased. Willow made a sound I had never heard from her before. Not crying, not screaming. Something worse. A memory breaking open. Makoto looked away. I found out too late. I stared at him. And you did nothing. His face twisted. I was a coward. Silence. At least he said it. Willow stood unsteadily. I caught her. Makoto looked at her through the glass. For what it's worth, his voice cracked. I did love you, badly, selfishly, not enough to save you, not enough to save him, but I did. Willow looked at him. There was no softness in her face. Only grief. Then do one decent thing with it. Makoto closed his eyes. After a long time, he nodded. Diego's third exit isn't blood. I frowned. You said blood before. I was wrong. Makoto opened his eyes. Blood is only the key. To what? The Evergreen Vault. Willow whispered, what's inside? Makoto looked at me. The original records, all of them. Baby A, Baby B, Baby C, George, Clara, Elena, the Liu Trust, the Wang transfer, Diego's offshore ledgers. He smiled faintly. Enough to bury him forever. I leaned closer. Where is it? Makoto gave us an address. A private bank outside Orange City. Then he said, you'll need George's blood. I stared at him. There it was. The final key. Not metaphorical. Literal. I looked at Willow. She looked at me. Her eyes were wet, terrified, furious. I knew what she was thinking. In the last life, my blood opened the vault and I vanished. This life, Diego would try again. I squeezed her hand. Don't worry. Her voice trembled. Do not say something stupid. I smiled. Too late. I have a lot more blood than Diego has exits. She closed her eyes like she wanted to hit me. Makoto laughed once behind the glass. A tired, broken sound. Still annoying. I looked at him. And you're still late. He lowered his head. Yes. For once, he did not argue. When we left the detention center, Willow held my hand so tightly it hurt. I did not tell her to loosen it. Outside, the sky was dark with rain. Again. Because apparently fate loved atmosphere. Willow looked at me and said, George, this time I won't let him take you. I looked back at her. No. She frowned. We won't let him take anyone. The plot had stolen enough names. Enough children. Enough mothers. Enough lives. It wanted one last payment in blood. Fine. Let it come. This time, the pawn knew he was on the board. And the pawn had a reborn wife, 2 lost sons, one mother who refused to forget, one doctor real heir, one redeemed baby C, one terrifying lawyer, and absolutely no intention of dying for someone else's ending. The private bank was not in Orange City. Of course it was. The Evergreen Vault was located 2 hours away in a quiet coastal district where the roads were clean, the trees were trimmed, and every building looked like it charged membership fees for breathing. The bank itself had no sign. Just a gray stone building, black glass doors, and guards who looked like they had been carved out of unpaid military contracts. I stood outside the entrance and stared at it. So, I said, this is where rich villains put their crimes. Lawyer Moo adjusted his glasses. Technically, this is a private custodial archive. Corporate crime basement. Legally, I cannot agree. But spiritually, he did not answer. That was answer enough. Willow stood beside me, wearing a white suit and an expression that could make interest rates drop out of fear. Daniel stood slightly behind her, calm but alert. David had his laptop bag slung over one shoulder, his eyes scanning every camera and access point. Alina had wanted to come too, but David had refused so firmly even I was impressed. "Mom just found me," he said. "I'm not giving Diego a chance to use her again." Very mature. Very heroic. Very annoying because it made me look bad. Clara was still in the hospital, slowly coming out from years of chemical fog. Before we left, she had woken for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Enough time to hold my hand. Enough time to look at Willow and whisper, "Don't let him open it alone." I had leaned closer. "Who, Diego?" Clara's eyes moved to me. "Noah." That was all she managed before falling asleep again. Very helpful. Very ominous. Very motherly in the worst possible way. Now, standing in front of the vault, I understood why Willow had not let go of my hand since morning. "Relax," I told her. "I'm not opening anything alone." "You said the same thing before running toward the oxygen tank." "That was different." "How?" "I was younger then." "That was 3 days ago." "Emotionally younger." Willow stared at me. Daniel coughed lightly. David muttered, "You two flirt like people negotiating a hostage release." I turned to him. "And you insult people like someone who recently obtained a mother in confidence." David straightened slightly. "Maybe I did." "Good." Baby C was growing teeth. The bank director met us inside. A woman in her 60s named Madam Holt, with silver hair, black gloves, and eyes sharper than the security scanners. She looked at our legal authorization. Then at Lawyer Moo. Then at me. "Mr. George Wang." "Currently." Her eyebrow moved. "Currently." "It's been a complicated month." "I see." No, she did not. No one did. Madam Holt led us through 3 security doors, 2 biometric checkpoints, 1 elevator, and a corridor so quiet I could hear my own bad decisions echoing. At the end was a round steel door. Evergreen Vault. No decorative logo. No dramatic villain symbol. Just a small metal plate with the number. E17. Madam Holt inserted a keycard. The first panel lit up. She entered a code. The second panel lit up. Then she turned to me. "The vault requires a biological verification sample from the designated living key." I stared. Designated living key sounds like something that should be illegal. "It is unusual," she said. "Comforting." Willow stepped forward. "Who designated him?" Madam Holt looked at the file. The original trust documents list the biological marker under the infant name Noah Shen. The hallway went dead silent. Noah Shen. Not George Wang. Not Diego's son. Not fake young master. Noah Shen. Clara's son. Me. My throat tightened. David glanced at me. Daniel's face softened slightly. Willow's hand found mine again. Madam Holt continued. The trustee of record was Clara Shen. Secondary emergency access was assigned to Diego Wang, but only if the living key was deceased. I went cold. So Diego needed me dead. Lawyer Mu's face darkened, or legally declared dead. Willow's fingers tightened so hard it hurt. I did not complain. Madam Holt said, "A blood sample is required." I looked at the small, sterile device. Then at Willow. She looked like she wanted to burn the building down and carry me away. I smiled. "Good news, it's just a finger prick." "No jokes," she said. That was barely a joke. "George." I sighed. "Fine." I placed my finger on the device. A needle snapped forward. Now. The panel flashed. 1 second. 2. 3. Then the door unlocked. A deep mechanical sound rolled through the corridor. The vault opened. Inside was not gold. Not jewels. Not stacks of cash. Just shelves. Boxes. Drive cases. Paper files. And in the center, one black safe. David whispered, "This is it." Lawyer Mu stepped in first, careful as a surgeon. Daniel followed. Willow pulled me with her. I looked around. 25 years of stolen children and buried crimes sat quietly in labeled folders. No screaming. No bleeding. No dramatic music. Just paper. That was the terrifying part. People had ruined entire lives with paperwork. David found the first box. Baby A. Daniel inhaled. Lawyer Mu opened it. Inside were Daniel's original hospital record, clear newborn footprints, blood type confirmation, and several photos of Misty holding him immediately after birth. Misty had been right. Daniel had her eyes. Daniel touched one photo lightly. His expression did not break, but his eyes did. David found the next file. Baby C. His voice shook. Inside were Alina's maternity records, David's original birth certificate under the name Elias Liu, and documents transferring him through the Liu Charity Foundation without Alina's consent. David closed his eyes. I existed. Willow said softly, "Yes." He swallowed. I existed from the beginning. Daniel placed a hand on his shoulder. David did not pull away. Then Lawyer Mu opened the black safe. Inside was a drive, a ledger, and a sealed envelope. On the envelope was written, "If opened by Noah, read before trusting Diego." Everyone looked at me. I stared at the envelope. Why do old files keep addressing me like I'm emotionally prepared? Willow said, "Open it." So I did. Inside was a short letter. Clara's handwriting. "Noah, if Diego is near this vault, run. If he claims he protected you, he lies. If he says I gave you up willingly, he lies. Diego needed a child outside the Wang and Liu bloodlines to serve as a neutral key. I made you the key because I thought it would protect the records until you were grown. I was wrong. I thought truth hidden safely was still truth. It is not. Truth buried too long becomes another weapon. Use it before he does." Mom, my hand tightened around the letter. Before anyone could speak, the vault door began closing. Slowly, heavily, from outside. Madam Holt's voice came through the intercom, strained and terrified. "I'm sorry, they have my granddaughter." The door sealed. The lights turned red. David cursed. Willow's face went ice cold. Then Diego Wang's voice filled the vault. "Hello, George." I closed my eyes. Of course. Of course the villain had to make an announcement. The vault was airtight. That was the first thing Daniel checked. Because of course the doctor checked whether we were about to suffocate, while the rest of us were busy being emotionally betrayed by architecture. "The ventilation is still active," Daniel said after examining the ceiling vents. "For now." "For now" is my least favorite phrase, I said. David already had his laptop open. No external network, signal blocked, local system only. Willow stood in front of the intercom. "Diego." Through the speaker came a soft laugh. "Willow Liu, you have become much more troublesome this time." This time. He knew. Not reborn, maybe. But he knew enough about the last life. Willow's eyes darkened. "How much do you remember?" "Remember?" Diego sounded amused. "I remember nothing. I am not like you and Makoto." Everyone froze. He continued, "But I had records, diaries, interrogations, surveillance. People say the dead tell no tales. They are wrong. The dying speak beautifully when given enough pain." My blood went cold. Willow went pale. I understood at the same time she did. Last life, George. The one Diego had taken after the fire. He had told Diego enough. Maybe unwillingly. Maybe delirious. Maybe under torture. My hand shook. Willow grabbed it. Diego said, "In the last cycle I underestimated sentiment. George ran, then returned for Willow. Makoto hated, then hesitated. David regretted. Daniel never surfaced. Clara remained locked away. So many useful failures." David whispered, "Cycle." Daniel said quietly, "He doesn't remember, he reconstructed." Diego heard him somehow. "Correct, Dr. Sue. I reconstructed probability from evidence. That is all fate is, really. Data with arrogance." I stared at the speaker. This man is unbearable. Diego chuckled. "George, or do you prefer Noah now?" I stepped toward the intercom. "If you're trying to shake me, you're late. I've had 3 identity crises this week." "Good, then you should be flexible." "What do you want?" "The drive." Lawyer Moo's voice was cold. "You cannot use it now. The records are already documented. Copies can be challenged. Originals matter." David muttered, "He's not wrong." "Not helpful," I said. Diego continued, "Place the drive and ledger into the disposal chute. In return, I release the director's granddaughter, open the vault and disappear." Willow laughed. "Cold. Short. Deadly. You expect us to believe you." "No, I expect George to choose." There it was. Villain move number 1. Make the fake young master choose between justice and an innocent hostage. Diego said softly, "You enjoy calling yourself a pawn, George. Here is your chance to be a player. Save one child or save your evidence." My jaw tightened. Madam Holt's granddaughter. A child who had nothing to do with this. I looked at Willow. Her face was strained. She knew what I would think. She knew because she had watched me die for people before. David whispered, "There may be another way." Diego said, "There is not." I smiled at the speaker. "You know, Uncle, for a grand strategist, you keep making the same mistake." "Oh." "You think choices only have 2 options." I turned to David. "How long?" David's fingers flew across the keyboard. "To get into the local vault system, maybe 10 minutes. Ventilation." Daniel checked the panel. "Enough for longer than that unless he cuts it." Willow said, "He will." As if responding, the vents hummed. Then slowed. Red lights deepened. Diego sighed. I dislike delays. Daniel looked up. Airflow reduced. Great. Wonderful. Classic. I picked up the drive and ledger. Willow grabbed my wrist. George. I looked at her. Trust me. Her eyes were terrified. Every time you say that, something terrible happens. Not every time. George. I leaned closer and whispered, I'm not giving him the real drive. Her expression changed. David's voice came from behind us. I can clone the directory structure onto a blank drive from my kit, but if he checks contents immediately, he won't, I said. Lawyer Mu looked at me. Why not? Because Diego does not want evidence destroyed here. He wants leverage. He'll take the drive and run first. Willow stared at me. You sound certain. I'm learning from villains. Daniel said, that is not comforting. David pulled a blank encrypted drive from his bag. You're buying time. Yes. For what? I smiled. For Baby C to do his thing. David paused. Then his face changed. Not fear. Not shame. Determination. Give me 7 minutes. Diego's voice returned. 5 minutes, George. I answered 10. 5. 8, and I include the ledger. Pause. Then Diego laughed. Still bargaining at death's door. I'm Chinese web novel rich now. Bargaining is genetic. Willow closed her eyes. George. What? That was terrible. But memorable. David worked. Daniel monitored the air. Lawyer Mu photographed every document with a secure offline camera. Willow stood beside me, hand locked around mine. I could feel her trembling. Just barely. So I leaned down and whispered, I'm not dying in a bank vault. She whispered back, you don't get to decide that alone. Fine, we jointly agree I'm not dying in a bank vault. Her eyes flickered. Not quite a smile. But close. 7 minutes later, David looked up. I'm in. What did you find? Emergency override is locked from outside, but internal maintenance access remains open. I can trigger a fire containment protocol. That opens the door. No, it floods the corridor with suppressant foam and unlocks emergency evacuation after 30 seconds. I stared. So we either suffocate here or drown in foam. It's not water. Comforting. Diego's voice cut in. Time is up. I placed the fake drive and ledger copies into the disposal chute. Willow stiffened. The chute opened. Items vanished. For 5 seconds, nothing happened. Then Diego said, good boy. Something inside me went very still. Good boy. Like I had obeyed. Like Clara had not warned me. Like he still thought he could name what I was. I looked at David. He nodded. I smiled at the speaker. Uncle. Yes. You should have read my mother's letter. David hit enter. The alarms changed. White suppressant foam exploded outside the vault corridor. The system roared. The lock released. The vault door cracked open. Fresh air rushed in. And through the widening gap, we saw Diego's men slipping and falling in a sea of white foam. I stepped forward. Willow yanked me back. No. But no running toward danger. Fine. Daniel walked past us instead. I stared, Doctor. He picked up a metal emergency bar from the wall. I'm the real young master. I should contribute. David looked at him. Then grabbed another bar. I'm Baby C. I'm done being useful. only from behind a screen. Lawyer Mu calmly removed his glasses. I am an officer of the court. I advise restraint. Then he picked up a fire extinguisher. I looked at Willow. She looked at me. Then she took out her taser. I sighed. My family is insane. Willow said, your family is prepared. The corridor outside, the vault had become chaos. Suppressant foam covered the floor like villain laundry. Two of Diego's men were struggling to stand. One charged toward us. Daniel hit him with the fire extinguisher. Not gently. The man dropped. I stared. Dr. Sue adjusted his glasses. Non-lethal. David whispered, remind me not to annoy you. You already do. Good. Brotherhood was forming. The second man slipped, and Willow's bodyguard, who had finally breached the outer security door, pinned him down. Yes. Bodyguards. Turns out, Willow had not trusted the bank, the director, the vault, the police response time, the road conditions, or possibly gravity. She had stationed backup teams outside all exits. My wife's paranoia had become one of my favorite love languages. But Diego was not in the corridor. Of course not. He had already fled. Madame Holt was kneeling near the security desk, crying. My granddaughter, Willow, crouched beside her. Where is she? They sent a video. She was in a van, I don't know where. David opened his laptop again, hands shaking from adrenaline. Give me the number they contacted you from. Madame Holt did. David typed. Burner phone, but they uploaded the video through a cloud relay. I can trace the original metadata if his fingers froze. What? I asked. He looked up slowly. The video was pre-recorded. Madame Holt stared. What? David turned the laptop. Timestamp. 2 hours earlier. Location metadata. A private school parking garage. Willow's face sharpened. Call the school. Madame Holt did with trembling hands. 30 seconds later, she collapsed in relief. Her granddaughter was safe in class. No kidnapping. No hostage. Just a threat. A video. A lie. Diego had used an innocent child without even needing to touch her. That somehow made it worse. I looked at the corridor where Diego had escaped. He never intended to trade. Lawyer Moose said grimly, no, he intended to delay us while obtaining what he believed was the drive. David lifted the real drive. He got the fake. I nodded. Good. Willow's phone rang. Landon Liu. She answered. Her face changed. What? My stomach sank. She put it on speaker. Landon's voice was tense. Diego's people triggered multiple media leaks. They're claiming the Evergreen Vault proves both Wang and Liu families knowingly trafficked children for inheritance manipulation. Willow's expression went cold. That's a partial truth twisted into a full lie. Yes, stocks are already reacting. Wang Group is down. Liu Group is under pressure. Regulators are calling. Reporters are outside both headquarters. I rubbed my forehead. Can this man commit one crime at a time? Landon continued. There's more. Diego released a statement claiming he is leaving the country to present evidence to international authorities. Lawyer Moo's eyes sharpened. He's fleeing. Willow asked. Airport. Private airfield. Daniel looked at us. How much time? Landon said, maybe 40 minutes. Everyone turned to me. Why? Why did everyone turn to me? I pointed at myself. I'm not a transportation expert. Willow said, you know how he thinks. Unfortunately. David said, if he's using a private airfield, he won't take the obvious one. Too much monitoring. Lawyer Mu nodded. Diego has assets through shell companies. David typed rapidly. I can search corporate ownership tied to Evergreen, Cayenne, Gray River, and Diego's known subsidiaries. That will take too long, Willow said. I closed my eyes. Think. Diego's first exit was legal. Second, financial. Third, blood. But he had lost blood access. Lost the vault. Lost Makoto's silence. Lost Samuel. Lost the board. Now he needed distance. Not just from police. From public collapse. He would go somewhere tied to old secrets, somewhere he trusted, somewhere he had used before. I opened my eyes. St. Agnes. Willow looked at me. The old maternity home. It closed, but who owns the land? David typed. A few seconds. Then his eyes widened. Shell company tied to Diego. I snapped my fingers. There. Lawyer Mu called the police. Willow called her security team. Daniel checked his watch. David grabbed his laptop. I started walking. Willow caught my arm. Where do you think you're going? To stop the uncle. No. We have a joint agreement about not dying, I remember. You are not going near him. Willow. No. I looked at her. She looked back. In her eyes I saw East Bay. The fire. The last life. The moment she thought she lost me. I softened. Then I said, if I stay back now, Diego keeps choosing the battleground. He chose the hospital, the vault, the media, the records. I took her hand. This time we choose. Her jaw tightened. I added together, I'm not going alone. That word mattered. Together. Not hero. Not sacrifice. Not pawn. Together. Willow closed her eyes. Then opened them. Fine. I smiled. Really? If you leave my sight, I will personally break your legs. Daniel said, medically I advise against that. Willow did not look at him. I'll aim cleanly. I believed her. St. Agnes' home sat at the edge of an abandoned hill road. The building was half collapsed, surrounded by weeds, rusted fencing, and the kind of silence that made old sins feel territorial. Once, babies had been carried through its halls. Mothers lied to. Records altered. Lives redirected. Now it was just peeling walls and broken windows. Very poetic. Very unsafe. I hated it. Police were on the way, but Diego's helicopter, or small plane or villain escape kite, I didn't know, was supposedly less than 30 minutes from takeoff. So naturally, we arrived first. By we, I mean me, Willow, Daniel, David, 2 bodyguards, and Lawyer Mu, who had absolutely no business coming but claimed he was preserving chain of evidence. Sure. And I was there for sightseeing. Inside, dust floated through beams of afternoon light. The lobby still had a faded mural of angels over cradles. One angel's face had cracked down the middle. Subtle. David whispered, this place is awful. Daniel said, yes. I looked at them. Baby A and Baby C. Standing in the place that split their lives apart. David touched the wall. My file started here. Daniel looked down the hallway. So did mine. I said quietly, mine too. Willow squeezed my hand. We heard voices from the east wing. Diego. And another man. We moved silently. Mostly. I stepped on glass once. Everyone glared at me. I mouthed sorry. At the end of the corridor was the old records room. Diego stood inside, wearing a dark coat. Beside him was Director from Gray River, looking like regret had finally caught up and brought police paperwork. On the table were old file boxes. Diego was burning documents in a metal bin. Of course he was. Villains loved fire almost as much as monologues. Willow stepped into the doorway. "Leaving in a hurry, Uncle." Diego looked up. For the first time since all this began, his expression cracked. Only slightly. Then he smiled. "You are faster than expected." I walked in beside Willow. "And you are less original than expected, burning records at the place where everything started." Very symbolic, very tired. Diego's eyes moved to me. "Noah." I smiled. "Only my mother gets to call me that." His gaze chilled. "Clara was always sentimental. She survived you. For now." Willow's hand tightened. Daniel stepped forward. "So did we." Diego looked at him. Daniel Sue, the real heir, a doctor who thinks refusing inheritance makes him noble. Daniel's voice was calm. "No, it makes me employed." David almost laughed. Diego turned to him. "And Elias Liu, poor abandoned child, finally found his mother and now thinks truth will heal him." David's jaw tightened. "No, truth doesn't heal everything." He lifted his chin. "But lies keep wounds infected." Good line. Very good. I gave him a mental applause. Diego looked almost amused. "You have all grown bold because you stand together." I said, "Yes, that is usually how standing together works." Director suddenly bolted. One bodyguard caught him immediately. Embarrassing. Diego did not move. He looked at Willow. "You think you changed fate?" Willow's voice was cold. "I did." "No," Diego smiled. "You changed sequence, not nature. George still runs toward danger. David still betrays before confessing. Makoto still breaks under resentment. Daniel still hesitates at family. You still mistake control for love." The words hit cleanly. Too cleanly. Because Diego did not need rebirth. He had studied everyone like weaknesses were financial instruments. Willow went pale. I stepped forward. "Enough." Diego looked at me. "You most of all, you joke when afraid. You run when loved. You call yourself fake before anyone else can reject you." My throat tightened. Willow whispered, "George." Diego continued softly, "You are not brave. You are just terrified that if you stop being useful, everyone will realize you do not belong." Silence. The room seemed to shrink. Damn him. Damn him for being right enough to hurt. For a second I could not speak. Then Daniel did. "He belongs." I looked at him. Daniel's face was calm, but his eyes were firm. He stayed when he didn't have to. That is belonging. David stepped beside him. "He paid my father's hospital debt before knowing who I was. Then he still called me brother after I betrayed him." Willow stepped in front of me slightly. "He belongs because I choose him, because the Wangs choose him, because Clara chose his life. Because he chooses us back every time he stays." My chest hurt. But not in the old way. This was worse. Better. Dangerous. Diego's expression cooled. Sentiment again. I looked at him. "No." My voice sounded strange. "Steady. Evidence." Lawyer Mu stepped forward, holding a portable scanner. "While you were speaking, we transmitted live audio and video to Police Command, Wang Group Legal, Liu Group Legal, and 3 regulatory offices. Diego's face changed. I smiled. I told you, your mistake is thinking choices only have 2 options. Sirens sounded outside. Real ones. Close. Diego looked toward the window. Then back at us. For the first time I saw it. Not fear. Calculation collapsing. He reached into his coat. Willow moved faster than I expected. The taser cracked. Diego stiffened and dropped to one knee. The object fell from his hand. Not a gun. A detonator. Everyone froze. David whispered, "Oh, come on." The building shook. Somewhere below us, an explosion sounded. Not huge, but enough. Dust rained from the ceiling. The floor trembled. Daniel shouted, "Move." The old records room ceiling cracked. A beam fell between us and the door. Smoke began filling the room. East Bay. The fire. Willow froze. Her eyes went empty. The last life had reached through time and grabbed her by the throat. I grabbed her shoulders. "Willow." She did not respond. The smoke thickened. Diego, half paralyzed from the taser, smiled from the floor. "Nature," he rasped, "does not change." I looked at him. Then at Willow. Then at David and Daniel, trying to clear the doorway. No. Not again. This was where the plot expected me to sacrifice myself. Run into fire. Save Willow. Get taken. Become blood. Become key. Become ending. I took Willow's face in both hands. "Look at me." Her eyes flickered. "George, not East Bay." She trembled. "Not East Bay," I repeated. "Not the last life, not your fault, not my death." Tears streaked through the dust on her face. "I can't." "Yes, you can." Behind us, Daniel coughed. "We need to go now." I looked at Willow. "Together, remember." Her fingers dug into my sleeve. Then slowly she nodded. "Together." I pulled her toward the broken doorway. David and Daniel had cleared enough space to crawl through. Lawyer Mu went first, dragging Director. Then David. Then Daniel pushed Willow forward. She refused. "George first." I said, "No time." Her eyes flashed. "George." "Fine." Marriage negotiation in a burning building. "Wonderful." I crawled through first. She followed immediately. Daniel came next. The bodyguards dragged Diego last. Yes, dragged Diego. Because despite everything, we were not him. We did not leave people to burn. Even villains got trials. Outside, police surrounded the building. Fire crews rushed in. The old St. Agnes home burned behind us, smoke rising into the evening sky. Willow collapsed against me. I held her. She was shaking. So was I. Diego was placed on a stretcher, restrained, furious, alive. As officers passed, he looked at me. "You think this ends me?" I smiled tiredly. "No." His eyes narrowed. "This time we end it properly." Diego's arrest became the biggest scandal Orange City had ever seen. And considering this city had already survived fake heirs, hidden sons, reborn wife diary leaks, hospital attacks, vault traps, and one very dramatic oxygen tank incident, that was impressive. The Evergreen Drive was authenticated. The ledgers connected Diego to St. Agnes Home, Gray River Sanatorium, Evergreen Benevolence Fund, offshore accounts, forged identity records, illegal transfers, witness intimidation. and multiple corporate sabotage schemes. Lawyer Mu looked almost happy. For him, this was probably romance. But the case still needed one final piece. Makoto. 2 days after Diego's arrest, Makoto requested another meeting. This time he asked for me. Not Willow. Me. I considered refusing. Then Willow looked at me with that expression. The one that said she supported my choice, but had already planned 10 emergency exits. So I went. With her. Because we had rules now. No private tragic conversations. Makoto looked thinner. Quieter. When I sat down, he studied me for a moment. You survived St. Agnes. I picked up the phone. Despite your uncle's best efforts. He was never my uncle. I paused. Fair. Diego, I corrected. Makoto gave a faint nod. For a while, neither of us spoke. Then he said, I gave a full statement. I blinked. Willow stiffened beside me. Makoto continued, the fire in the last life, the evergreen accounts, the vault, Diego's instructions. The hospital plan, Samuel Kyan, director, everything I know. I studied him. Why? He looked at Willow briefly. Then at me. Because she was right. Willow said nothing. Makoto's voice was low. I had chances. The room went quiet. I told myself I was owed revenge, owed wealth, owed love, owed obedience. Every time I chose harm, I called it justice. He laughed softly. No joy. Diego taught me that, but I learned it willingly. That was probably the most honest thing he had ever said. I leaned back. And now I pay. No excuse. No bargain. No, but I suffered. Just that. Now I pay. For the first time, I saw what Makoto could have been if someone had found him before resentment became skeleton. Too late for innocence. But not too late for truth. He looked at me. In the last life when Diego took you, you were alive. Willow's hand tightened around mine. Makoto continued, I followed not to save you, to see what he wanted. Honest. Ugly. Good. He needed your blood to open the vault. Afterward, Diego ordered them to dispose of you. Willow's breathing hitched. Makoto's jaw tightened. I stopped them. I stared. What? He looked away. I don't know why. Maybe cowardice. Maybe guilt. Maybe I couldn't stand watching Diego use one more person like that. His voice lowered. You were barely conscious. You told me something. What? He looked at me. You said, tell Willow she was worth coming back for. Willow covered her mouth. My chest tightened. I did not remember that life. I did not live that life. But the words still hurt. Makoto said, I didn't tell her. Willow closed her eyes. I know, he said. I hated you even then, especially then. What happened to last life, George? I asked. Makoto was silent. Then he said, I don't know. I left you at a rural clinic under a false name. When I went back months later, you were gone. The room stopped. Willow stared at him. What? Makoto nodded slowly. In the last life, George may not have died. Nobody spoke. Because what could be said? The past life was gone. Maybe that George lived somewhere. Maybe he died later. Maybe fate folded itself differently after Willow returned. Maybe the man who said Willow was worth coming back forgot his own ending somewhere beyond memory. Willow's tears fell silently. Makoto looked at her. I'm sorry. She opened her eyes. I know. That was not forgiveness. But it was truth. Makoto turned back to me. There is one more thing. I sighed. Of course there is. His mouth twitched faintly. Diego had a final account, not in the Evergreen Vault, personal insurance. What kind? A list of people he paid inside both families. Servants, board members, hospital staff, media accounts, police contacts. Willow's eyes sharpened. Where? Makoto gave us a name. Helena Park, Diego's private accountant. She handled external disbursements. If she disappears, the list disappears with her. I stood. Where is she now? Makoto smiled faintly. That's the problem. I stared. She's coming to testify tomorrow. That sounds like a good thing. She won't arrive. Why? Makoto's eyes darkened. Because Diego never lets accountants retire alive. I looked at Willow. She was already dialing Lawyer Moo. Makoto watched us. Then said quietly, George. I looked back. If you save her, he stopped. I raised an eyebrow. What? He looked down. Don't die. For some reason, that hit harder than expected. I smiled faintly. Look at you, character development. He closed his eyes. Still annoying. Still detained. His lips twitched. Fair trade. When we left, Willow was quiet. But not broken. Not this time. Outside the detention center, she stopped and looked at me. In the last life you may have lived. Maybe. And I never knew. I took her hand. That wasn't your fault. She looked like she wanted to argue. I did not let her. This life I'm here. Her eyes reddened. And I am not going anywhere alone. She nodded. Together. I smiled. Together. Then my phone buzzed. Unknown number. Again. I stared at it. Willow stared too. David had once said unknown numbers were bad for my blood pressure. He was correct. I opened the message. Helena Park is already moving. If you want Diego's list, find her before the sea does. Below it was a live location. A ferry terminal. Departure in 40 minutes. I looked at Willow. Willow looked at me. Then we both said at the same time, David. Because if there was one thing Baby C had become terrifyingly good at, it was finding people before they disappeared. I called him. He answered on the first ring. What now? Want to rescue an accountant. A pause. Then David sighed. I miss when my biggest problem was rent. Daniel's voice sounded in the background. Where are we going? Good. He was with Daniel. Even better. I smiled. The ferry terminal. Willow took the keys from my hand. I'm driving. I did not argue. I had recently learned the value of survival. As the car roared toward the terminal, I looked out at the city lights. The plot was still moving. Diego was still dangerous. The last account still existed. The list of traitors could either bury the conspiracy completely or let pieces of it survive. But this time, we were not chasing fate blindly. We had names. We had evidence. We had each other. And most importantly, I had finally accepted one terrible truth. My beach retirement was dead. At least for now. The ferry terminal at night was full of people trying to leave. Families with luggage. Couples with backpacks. Businessmen pretending not to be in a hurry. Tourists taking photos of water like they had personally discovered the sea. And somewhere among them was Helena Park. Diego's private accountant. The woman who knew where the last list of traitors was hidden. The woman who, according to Makoto, would not survive long enough to testify unless we found her first. Naturally, my first thought was, why couldn't villains use email? But no. Every important person had to flee through fog, fairies, and emotional lighting. Willow parked so sharply the tires screamed. I looked at her. Good driving. She unbuckled her seat belt. Don't flatter me, stay close. Romantic. Survival. Can it be both? She ignored me and got out. David and Daniel arrived 30 seconds later in Daniel's car. Daniel looked calm. David looked carsick. I pointed at him, you okay? David leaned on the car door. Dr. Sue drives like emergency medicine is a lifestyle. Daniel adjusted his glasses. We arrived alive. That's his standard, David said. Alive. Willow interrupted, focus. Yes. My reborn wife had no appreciation for brotherly bonding. David opened his laptop on the hood of Daniel's car. Rain mist drifted in from the harbor, dotting the screen. He hissed and shielded it with his jacket. Give me 2 minutes. We have 40 before the ferry leaves, I said. 34, Willow corrected. I looked at her. You counted. I always count. I believed her. Daniel scanned the terminal. Do we know what Helena looks like? Willow handed over a photo from Lawyer Moo. Helena Park was in her 40s, short hair, sharp cheekbones, elegant suit, the kind of woman who looked like she could find fraud in a lunch receipt. I respected her already. David typed quickly. I'm checking ticket purchases under Helena Park and known aliases. I leaned over. Do accountants have known aliases? Diego S. do. Fair. A minute later, David frowned. Found one. Passenger name Helen Paxton, paid in cash, ferry to Southport, boarding gate 3. Willow immediately moved. I moved with her. Because if I did not, she would drag me anyway. The terminal smelled like diesel, salt, wet concrete, and bad coffee. People crowded near gate 3. A ferry horn sounded in the distance. Daniel walked ahead, eyes sharp. David stayed beside me, laptop tucked under his arm. I whispered, nervous. He glanced at me. About rescuing a woman who helped Diego hide crimes for 20 years. Yes. A little. That's healthy. He looked ahead. What if she doesn't deserve saving? I stopped for half a second. Then kept walking. Maybe she doesn't. David looked at me. But we don't save her because she deserves it. We save her because Diego doesn't get to decide who lives long enough to tell the truth. David went quiet. Then he nodded. At gate 3, passengers were already boarding. Willow showed Helena's photo to a security guard. Have you seen this woman? The guard looked at the photo. His expression changed. Barely. But enough. No. Willow smiled. It was a terrifying smile. Try again. The guard swallowed. Before he could answer, Daniel pointed. There. A woman in a beige coat and black scarf stood near the far side vending machines, holding a small rolling suitcase. Helena. She was not boarding. She was watching the crowd. No. Not watching. Waiting. For someone. Willow stepped toward her. Helena saw us immediately. Her face turned pale. Then she ran. Of course. Accountants in this city had cardio. I chased. Again. I really needed to stop chasing people in dress shoes. Helena shoved through passengers, suitcase bouncing behind her. Willow ran smoothly beside me. Daniel passed both of us like a medical professional who had clearly sprinted through hospital corridors before. David shouted from behind, "Left, she's heading toward service exit B." I shouted back, "How do you know?" "Cameras." "Right. Baby C, Terminal Edition." Helena cut left. Daniel reached her first. "Ms. Park." She swung her suitcase at him. He dodged barely. I arrived and blocked the service door. Helena looked between us, breathing hard. "Move." I raised both hands. "We're here to help." She laughed. A very tired laugh. People who say that usually want something. "Correct, we want the list." "Then you're not here to help." Willow approached slowly. "Diego will kill you." Helena's face twitched. "You think I don't know that?" "Then come with us." "No," Helena gripped her suitcase. "If I testify, my daughter dies." Silence. There it was. Of course. There was always a daughter. A father. A mother. A debt. A hostage, real or implied. Diego did not control people through loyalty. He controlled them through love. Willow's voice softened, but only slightly. "Where is your daughter?" Helena looked away. "Overseas." "Where?" "No." David arrived panting. "She's in Vancouver." Everyone looked at him. He lifted his laptop slightly. "Sorry, I traced Helena's last encrypted transfer and found tuition payments." Helena's face went bloodless. David quickly said, "She's alive. I checked recent campus access logs. She entered her dorm 40 minutes ago." Helena stared at him. "You hacked my daughter's school." David hesitated. "Technically, yes." Daniel said, "Not the time." David nodded, "Right, sorry." Helena's knees almost gave out. I stepped forward. "Diego lied." She shook her head. "No, he sent photos." "Pre-recorded?" I asked. She was walking to class. David turned the laptop. "Timestamp from yesterday." Helena's hand flew to her mouth. Willow said he used fear, not force. Helena closed her eyes. For a moment, she looked older than 40. Much older. Then she whispered, "I gave him 20 years." Nobody spoke. I moved money, built shells, changed names, paid doctors, paid reporters, paid police. Every time I tried to leave, he showed me something about my daughter. Her voice cracked. I told myself I was protecting her. David said quietly, "That's how he gets people." Helena looked at him. Maybe she saw another victim. Maybe she saw a young man Diego had also tried to turn into a tool. Maybe she simply had no strength left. She lowered the suitcase. "The list isn't on me." Willow's gaze sharpened. "Where is it?" Helena looked toward the ferry. "On the boat." My stomach dropped. "What?" "There's a courier already aboard. If I don't board, he leaves with it. If I do board, Diego's people take me before Southport." I stared at the ferry. Passengers were nearly done boarding. The horn sounded again. Great. The last list of traders was sailing away. How poetic. How annoying. David cursed under his breath. Willow said, "Gate closing." Daniel looked at the sign, 4 minutes. I turned to Willow. She knew that look. "No. I haven't said anything. You're thinking of boarding. The list is on the boat. And Diego's people. And probably snacks. George, we need the list. We can call port authorities." By the time bureaucracy moves, the courier disappears. Willow's eyes flashed. Then we all go. I froze. She stepped closer. You don't run ahead anymore, remember. I smiled despite everything. Together. Together. David groaned. I hate this family. Daniel looked toward the ferry. Boarding now is risky. I nodded. Doctor, you can stay. Daniel walked past me toward the gate. I did not say I was staying. David stared after him, then sighed and followed. Helena looked at us like we were insane. Accurate. Willow took my hand. We boarded with 2 minutes to spare. The ferry was larger than expected. 2 passenger decks. A small cafe. Observation area. Vehicle hold below. Crew corridors. Enough hiding places for at least 3 villains, 2 emotional confrontations, and 1 regrettable fight near a railing. I did not like railings. Willow did not like me near railings either. She held the back of my coat as we walked. I turned. Are you holding me like a child? Yes. Fair. Helena kept her head down. Daniel moved like a man, memorizing emergency exits. David had already connected to the ferry's unsecured passenger Wi-Fi and looked offended by it. This network is a crime. I said, focus on the actual crimes. I can do both. Willow asked Helena, who is the courier? I don't know his name, only the marker. What marker? Red umbrella pin. I looked around. At least 50 people wore coats. Several had pins. None obviously umbrella-shaped. Because villains apparently outsourced to subtle accessories. The ferry pulled away from the dock. Too late to turn back. Wonderful. David whispered, I found the passenger manifest. Willow asked, anyone suspicious? He looked at her. On a ferry carrying Diego's courier, yes. I leaned in. David showed us the screen. 3 passengers had bought last-minute tickets in cash. 1 was Helena. The other 2 were Marcus Loong, Tessa Shaw. Daniel scanned the cafe. There, a man in a navy coat sat near the window, reading a newspaper upside down. I blinked. Is he serious? Daniel said, likely watching Reflections. Professional. Annoying. Willow looked to the upper deck. And there, a woman in a gray trench coat leaned near the stairs, pretending to text. On her lapel was a tiny red umbrella pin. Tessa Shaw. Helena inhaled sharply. That's the marker. We had found the courier. Easy. Too easy. I had learned that easy meant trap. Before we could move, Tessa looked up. Our eyes met. She stood immediately. Then Marcus folded his newspaper and also stood. Passengers moved between us. Tessa headed upstairs. Marcus headed toward us. Daniel stepped in front. Marcus smiled. Dr. Sue Wright, the real young master. Daniel's expression did not change. Move. Marcus's smile widened. Doctors really are direct. He reached into his coat. Daniel hit him first. Again. I had severely underestimated emergency physicians. Marcus staggered into a table. Passengers screamed. Coffee spilled. David grabbed Helena and pulled her behind a support column. Willow and I ran after Tessa. Up the stairs. Past 2 teenagers filming everything. Onto the open deck. Wind hit hard. Rain mist cut across my face. Tessa was moving toward the rear of the ferry. In one hand, she held a waterproof pouch. The list. Probably. Hopefully. Unless this was another fake. Tessa, Willow shouted. The woman turned. She had calm eyes. Too calm. Miss Liu, she said, you should have stayed on shore. Willow stepped forward. You should have chosen better employment. Tessa smiled faintly. Some of us do not have choices. I said, everyone keeps saying that right before committing crimes. Her gaze moved to me. George Wang, Noah Shen, backup key, misplaced son, you have many names. I smiled. And you have one ugly pin. Her eyes narrowed. Willow muttered, George. What, it's true. Tessa lifted the pouch. You want this? Yes, Willow said. Then let Helena go. I frowned. What? Tessa's expression did not change. Helena testifies dozens of people fall. Some deserve it. Some simply obeyed. Some had families threatened. Some made one mistake and were trapped for years. Willow's voice was cold. And Diego? Diego falls either way. I stared. That was new. Tessa continued, but the list destroys everyone tied to him, not all monsters, some victims. David reached the deck behind us, breathing hard. He heard that. His face changed. Because he understood. Of course he did. David had helped Diego once. Helena had helped Diego for years. Auntie May had betrayed Willow for her son. Where did guilt end and coercion begin? Where did victim become accomplice? The wind roared between us. Tessa said, let Helena disappear. I give you the ledger proving Diego's personal crimes. No collateral damage. Willow did not answer immediately. I looked at her. This was the real test. Not catching villains. Not opening vaults. This. Deciding how much truth the world could survive. David stepped forward. My name is on that list, isn't it? Tessa looked at him. Yes. His face tightened. My payment from Diego, the archive access. Yes. Helena whispered from behind, mine too. Tessa nodded. Everyone S. David looked down. Then he laughed quietly. I spent my whole life erased from records. Now I'm afraid of being written into the wrong one. I wanted to say something. But he lifted his head. No. Tessa frowned. David stepped beside Willow. No more hidden lists. No more secret sins. If my name is there, it stays there. Helena's face crumpled. David, he looked at her. You said you told yourself you were protecting your daughter. Maybe that's true. Maybe it's not enough. The law can decide. The people harmed can decide. His voice shook. But we don't get to erase ourselves because the truth is ugly. For a second, nobody spoke. Then Daniel appeared behind David, one hand pressed to his side. Marcus had clearly landed at least one hit. Daniel said calmly, agreed. I looked at him, are you bleeding? Minor. That means yes. Willow did not take her eyes off Tessa. Give us the list. Tessa's face hardened. I gave you a chance. Then she threw the pouch over the railing. Willow moved. David shouted. I lunged. Not at Tessa. At the pouch. Because apparently I had learned nothing. My fingers caught the strap as it flew over the side. For one glorious second I had it. Then my momentum carried me forward. The railing slammed into my stomach. My feet left the deck. Willow caught my belt. Not metaphorically. Literally. My wife grabbed the back of my belt with both hands and hauled like she had been training for this exact moment across 2 lifetimes. George, she screamed. I dangled halfway over the railing, one hand gripping the pouch, the other flailing in the rain. Below me, dark water churned. I looked down. Bad idea. Very bad idea. Willow, I said calmly. Her face was white with terror. What? I would like to revise my opinion on railings. Shut up and climb. Daniel grabbed my arm. David grabbed Daniel. Helena grabbed David. A human chain of trauma and poor planning. Together, they pulled me back onto the deck. I landed hard. The pouch landed on my chest. For a second, everyone just breathed. Then Willow slapped my shoulder. Hard. Ow. You promised. I did not go alone. You went over a railing. Halfway. She looked like she was about to cry and murder me at the same time. Honestly fair. Tessa tried to run. Daniel tripped her. With surgical precision. Security arrived shortly after. So did ferry police. Yes, apparently ferries had police. Good to know. David grabbed the pouch from my chest. He opened it. Inside was a waterproof drive. And a paper list. Names. Hundreds of names. Payments. Threats. Roles. Dates. David found his name. His face went pale. Helena found hers. She closed her eyes. Willow found Auntie May's. Her expression flickered. Then steadied. I sat up slowly. Is Diego's name there? David scrolled to the top. Then smiled. No. I blinked. What? He turned the page. At the top was not Diego Wang's name. It was someone else. Landon Liu. Willow went completely still. The ferry returned to port under police escort. This was becoming a pattern. I had spent more time around law enforcement this month than I had around my yacht broker. Tragic. The moment we stepped onto the dock, Landon Liu was waiting. Tall. Elegant. Calm. Too calm. Behind him stood his legal team. Behind them stood Liu Group security. Behind them stood reporters being held back by barricades. This man had not come to explain. He had come to manage. Willow walked toward him holding the list. Her face was unreadable. Dad. Landon looked at her. Then at the list. So you found it. Not surprise. Not denial. My stomach sank. Willow's voice was very quiet. Your name is at the top. Yes. David stood behind us, pale. Helena guarded by police. Daniel watching silently. Rain mist curled around the terminal lights. Very dramatic. Very unpleasant. Willow asked why. Landon looked at me. Then David. Then back at Willow. Because 25 years ago, I paid Diego. The world seemed to shrink. Willow's hand tightened around the list. For what? Landon's voice remained steady. To find Elena's child. David froze. Elena's child. Him. Landon continued. After Elena woke and kept insisting her baby was alive, I investigated privately. My father forbade it. The Liu family board threatened to remove me from succession. Diego approached me and said he could find the child. David whispered, "You paid him." Yes. And he gave me false reports for years. Willow's eyes were cold. And you kept paying. Landon closed his eyes briefly. Yes. Why? Because if I stopped, he threatened to expose the Liu family's role in the illegal adoption. I stared at him. So you funded the man, hiding the child you were supposedly looking for. Landon looked at me. Pain flashed across his face. Yes. At least he did not decorate it. Willow's voice trembled. You knew Diego was blackmailing you. Yes. You knew he had ties to St. Agnes. Yes. You knew he was dangerous. Yes. And you never told me. Landon looked at his daughter. For the first time, his calm broke. I wanted to keep you away from it. Willow laughed. Once. Sharp. Do you know how many disasters began with that sentence? He had no answer. David stepped forward. What did the report say? Landon looked at him. Different things over the years, that you had been adopted overseas, that you died of illness, that your records were destroyed. Every time I found one lie, Diego brought another clue. David's jaw clenched. Did you tell my mother? Elena. My mother, David said. Good. That word belonged to him now. Landon lowered his head. No. David stared. She spent 25 years thinking I died. I know. You knew she might be right. Yes. And you still didn't tell her. Landon's voice cracked. I was a coward. Silence. A very familiar sentence. Makoto had said it too. I was beginning to think this entire story was just men realizing too late that cowardice was expensive. Willow looked at the list. What else did you pay for? Landon said, only the search. Helena, guarded nearby, suddenly spoke. That's true. Everyone looked at her. She stepped forward slightly. Chairman Liu paid through the Evergreen Channel for search reports. He did not authorize hospital containment, identity forging, or witness silencing. Landon looked at her. She looked away. But he knew enough to stop sooner. Landon accepted that. Yes. Willow's fingers shook. I wanted to go to her. But this was her father. Her wound. Her choice. Landon said softly, Willow, I will step down from Liu Group pending investigation. She looked up. What? I will cooperate fully. The list will be handed to regulators. My payments will be disclosed. His legal team behind him looked like they had collectively swallowed poison. Good. Landon continued, I won't ask you to defend me. Willow's eyes reddened. You should have told me. Yes. You should have told Aunt Elena. Yes. You should have found David. His voice lowered. Yes. David looked away. Landon turned to him. Elias, David flinched. Landon corrected himself. David, I cannot ask your forgiveness, but I will tell your mother everything myself. David's voice was cold. She may hate you. She should. No defense. Again. People taking responsibility really made conversations shorter. Willow handed the list to Lawyer Mu. Submit it. Landon closed his eyes. The legal team behind him erupted. Miss Liu, wait, Willow turned. Anyone who interferes will be removed from Liu Group Legal by morning. They shut up. Beautiful. Terrifying. My wife. Reporters shouted from behind the barricade. Miss Liu, is Chairman Liu implicated? Mr. Liu, are you resigning? Mr. Wang, did you fall off the ferry? I turned. Halfway. Willow glared at me. I shut up. That night the list went public through official channels. Not gossip accounts. Not anonymous leaks. Official filings. Regulatory submissions. Police evidence. Names were not hidden, but context was included. Payments, coercion, threats, roles, degrees of involvement. Some people would face prison, some fines, some professional bans, some public shame, some perhaps mercy, but none would be erased. David sat in our living room reading his own entry. His hands trembled. I sat beside him. Regret it. He shook his head. Yes. I blinked. That's not how that question works. He laughed weakly. I regret doing it. I don't regret telling the truth. Daniel, who was changing his bandage across the room, said, That distinction matters. David looked at him. You sound like a doctor. I am a doctor. Annoyingly. Good. Very good. Willow stood by the window, speaking quietly with Landon on the phone. Her back was straight, but I knew she was hurting. When she ended the call, she did not turn around. I walked over. Are you okay? No. Good. Honest. Progress. I stood beside her. After a long time, she said, In my last life, I thought my father was the only clean person left. I nodded. This life keeps correcting everyone's assumptions. She looked at me. Are you disappointed? In him? In me? I frowned. Why would I be disappointed in you? Because my family, I interrupted her. No. She stopped. I said, if I don't have to be Diego's pawn because he placed me in the Wang family, then you don't have to be your father's silence. Her eyes reddened. I took her hand. We choose what we do after finding out. She looked at me for a long time, then leaned her head against my shoulder. George, you almost fell into the sea. Halfway. I'm still angry. I know. I may be angry for years. Understandable. She closed her eyes. Stay alive long enough for me to finish being angry. My heart softened. I kissed the top of her head. I'll try. She opened her eyes. Try harder. Yes, wife. Behind us, David made a gagging sound. Daniel said, Let them have the moment. David muttered, They have too many moments. I smiled. For the first time in a long time, the house felt less like a crisis center, more like a home. Then Lawyer Mu called. Of course. Because peace was apparently a subscription we had not paid for. I answered. Please tell me Diego confessed, apologized, and decided to become a monk. Lawyer Mu said no. Worth asking. His voice was grave. The full list has triggered arrests across both groups, but Diego is requesting a public hearing before formal indictment. Willow straightened. Why? Lawyer Mu paused. He claims he has testimony proving George Wang willingly participated in the Evergreen cover-up. I stared at the phone, then slowly smiled. This again. Diego really did love using my name. Tell him, I said, I'll be there. Willow grabbed my arm. I added quickly, with my wife, with lawyers, with security, with everyone, very together. She slowly released me. Daniel sighed. David closed his laptop. Public hearing, David said. That sounds awful. I nodded. It will be. Willow's eyes turned cold. But it will also be the end. I looked at her, then at David, then Daniel, then Clara's letter sitting on the table. Maybe she was right. The fairy list had exposed the network. Landon had stepped forward. Helena had agreed to testify. Makoto had confessed. Clara was awake. Alina had found David. Daniel had been found. The only thing left was Diego's final accusation. His final attempt to turn truth into mud. Fine. Let him speak. This time, everyone he tried to erase would be in the room. The public hearing was held in the city administrative hall. Cameras were allowed. Reporters filled the gallery. Regulators sat at the front. Police lined the walls. Lawyers occupied enough space to qualify as a small nation. And at the center sat Diego Wang. He wore a dark suit. His hair was neat. His expression calm. If you did not know better, you might think he was the victim of a misunderstanding. I knew better. Beside me sat Willow. To my left, millionaire Wang and Misty. Behind us, Daniel. Beside Daniel, David and Alina. Clara attended by video from the hospital. Her doctor said the stress might be too much. Clara insisted. Her face appeared on the monitor pale but awake. When I saw her, my chest tightened. She smiled faintly. Noah. The whole room heard it. Cameras turned toward me. Great. Identity crisis broadcast live. I smiled back. Mom. Willow squeezed my hand under the table. Diego watched the exchange with cold eyes. The presiding official began. Mr. Diego Wang, you requested this hearing to provide testimony regarding the Evergreen Network and the identities involved. Diego inclined his head. Yes. He spoke clearly, elegantly, like a man lecturing at a charity gala, not explaining decades of crimes. He admitted nothing directly. Instead, he described systemic inheritance pressures, family-level concealments, mutual complicity, and the moral ambiguity of elite survival. Translation: everyone was guilty, so nobody should blame him specifically. Typical. Then he looked at me. George Wang, birth name Noah Shen, was not merely a victim. Murmurs filled the hall. Willow's hand tightened. I patted it. Diego continued. He benefited from the Wang family identity for 25 years. He accepted compensation. He attempted to flee. He concealed financial irregularities. He opened the Evergreen Vault willingly. I raised my hand. The official frowned. Mr. Wang, you may respond when permitted. Sorry, I said. It's just hard to hear someone summarize my life so badly. Small laughter rippled through the room. Diego's eyes cooled. He continued, George claims innocence because he was placed as a child. But after learning the truth, he did not immediately inform authorities. Instead, he negotiated, manipulated media narratives, and worked with Willow Liu to control evidence. The reporters scribbled. The cameras zoomed. Diego's voice softened. He is not pure, none of them are. Miss Liu hid her so-called rebirth diary, Chairman Liu funded. Evergreen transfers. David accessed illegal archives. Helena Park laundered funds. Makoto participated in corporate sabotage. Even Clara Shen made her child the key to a secret vault. Silence. Sharp. Ugly. Effective. Because every word had a piece of truth. That was Diego's talent. He did not invent lies. He arranged truths into weapons. Then Clara's voice came through the monitor. We made choices under fear. Everyone turned. Clara sat upright in her hospital bed. Her voice was weak but steady. Some choices were wrong, mine too. Diego's expression shifted. Just slightly. Clara continued, I hid the records, I gave my son away. I thought someday truth would protect him. Instead, silence hurt him. Her eyes moved to me through the screen. I am sorry. My throat tightened. I shook my head. But she continued. Alina was lied to. David was stolen. Daniel was erased. Makoto was used. George was planted. Willow was manipulated. Landon was blackmailed and cowardly. Landon, seated in the gallery, lowered his head. Clara looked at Diego. But you, Diego Wang, built the fear. The room went still. You found every frightened person and taught them to be more afraid. You turned love into leverage. You turned children into documents. You turned guilt into a chain. Her voice trembled. But chains are not consent. A murmur swept the hall. Diego's expression hardened. Then Alina stood. My son was taken from me. David looked up. Alina's voice was clear. I was told he died. When I refused to believe it, I was called unstable. My grief became a family embarrassment. Diego used that silence. The Liu family enabled it. I will testify to both. David's eyes reddened. Then Daniel stood. I was the Wang family's biological child. That fact matters legally, but it does not make my life more valuable than David's, Makoto's, or George's. The hall quieted. Daniel adjusted his glasses. I spent years treating emergencies. The first rule is simple. Stop the bleeding before assigning blame. This hearing is not about pretending victims were perfect. It is about identifying who kept cutting. Good. Dr. Metaphor. Strong. David muttered, show off. Then he stood too. My heart tightened. David looked nervous. But he did not sit back down. I helped Diego access an archive, he said. The room stirred. I took money through my adoptive father's medical debt. I was scared, angry, poor. I told myself I had no choice. He looked at Diego. But I did, and I chose wrong. His voice shook. Then I chose differently. Not because I became pure overnight, because George and Willow gave me a chance to stop being useful to the wrong people. He swallowed. My name is on the list, keep it there, but keep Diego's name where it belongs too. The room fell silent again. Then Willow stood. Lo. The temperature changed. Even the reporters seemed to sit straighter. My diary was leaked to discredit me, she said. Cameras flashed. Yes, I wrote things that sound impossible. Yes, I feared events before they happened. Yes, I tried to control George's movements because I was terrified of losing him. My heart squeezed. But whether the public believes my explanation is irrelevant. Every event I wrote about corresponds to evidence now submitted. Forged agreements, financial traps, David's disappearance risk, the hospital attack, Clara's containment, the Evergreen Vault, and Diego's escape routes. She turned toward Diego. You called it insanity because it threatened your planning. Diego's jaw tightened. Willow's voice softened, but became somehow sharper. I once mistook pity for love. I once mistook silence for peace. I once chose wrong. But this time I chose truth. I chose George. I chose to stand with the people you tried to divide. Then she looked at me. Now he can speak for himself. Great. No pressure. Everyone turned to me. I stood slowly. My knees felt strange. Not weak. Just aware that I was standing at the place where every name I had carried was watching. George Wang. Noah Shen. Fake young master. Backup key. Willow's husband. Clara's son. The Wang family's raised son. The man Diego still thought could be turned into a question mark. I looked at Diego. You're right about one thing. He raised an eyebrow. I'm not pure. A murmur. I continued. When I first learned I was fake, my plan was to take 500 million and run. I signed what benefited me. I avoided what scared me. I joked because I was afraid if I stopped, I'd have to admit I had no idea who I was. Willow's eyes stayed on me. Steady. Warm. I turned slightly toward the cameras. I benefited from the Wang family. Daniel lost what I had. David lost even the right to his name. Clara lost her life to silence. Elena lost her son. Makoto lost himself to revenge. Willow lost one life and nearly lost this one trying to fix it. Then I looked back at Diego. But imperfection is not the same as guilt. The room quieted. You want everyone muddy so no one can see your hands. But here's the difference. We are telling the truth even when it hurts us. I smiled faintly. You only tell the truth when you can sharpen it. Diego's face finally changed. Anger. There you are. I continued. You said I don't belong. Maybe you're right. I don't belong to the Wang family by blood. I don't belong to the Liu family by scandal. I don't belong to you by placement. I don't even fully belong to the name Noah because I'm still learning what it means. I took Willow's hand. But I belong with the people who choose me, and I choose them back. Misty was crying. Millionaire Wang's eyes were red. Daniel looked down. David pretended not to wipe his eyes. Willow's hand trembled in mine. I looked at Diego one last time. So you can call me pawn, key, fake, backup, whatever you want. I leaned toward the microphone. I resigned from your board. The room went silent. Then someone laughed. Not mockingly. It broke the tension. Then another. Even the presiding official coughed into his hand. Diego's face turned dark. Good. Very good. The hearing continued for hours. Evidence was entered. Witnesses testified. Helena confirmed the payment structures. Landon admitted his role and submitted resignation documents. Makoto's recorded statement was played. By the time it ended, Diego's elegant fog had collapsed under the weight of everyone he thought would remain ashamed. Outside, reporters shouted. This time, I did not avoid them. Willow stood beside me. A reporter asked, Mr. Wang, what name will you use going forward, George Wang or Noah Shen? I paused. Good question. Hard question. I looked at Clara on the video call still open on Willow's phone. Then at Millionaire Wang. Then at Willow. Finally, I said, George is the name my family called me while raising me. Noah is the name my mother gave me while saving me. I smiled. I'll keep both. Another reporter shouted, and what are you now? Fake young master. Real son. Corporate witness. Husband of Willow Liu. I thought about it. Then said tired. The crowd laughed. I added but free. 3 weeks passed. Diego was formally indicted. Not just for financial crimes. For kidnapping, illegal detention, identity fraud, document forgery, witness intimidation, corporate sabotage, attempted destruction of evidence, and several charges lawyer Mu explained with the serene joy of a man reading poetry. I did not understand all of them, but I understood enough. Diego would not be leaving anytime soon. Samuel Kyan cooperated. Director cooperated. Helena testified and entered protective custody with her daughter. Auntie May submitted a full statement and left the city. Willow did not forgive her, exactly, but she did pay off the portion of gambling debt tied to criminal threats. When I asked why, Willow said, her son should not become another leash. That was my wife. Cold enough to cut. Soft enough to bleed quietly. Landon Liu stepped down pending investigation. He gave a public apology to Elena and David. Elena did not accept it. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But she agreed to let David decide whether he wanted contact. David's decision. I need time. Popular phrase in our family. Daniel also needed time. The Wang family hosted dinner every Sunday now. The first dinner was painfully awkward. Misty cried when Daniel picked up a piece of fish. Daniel looked like he was considering escaping through the window. I heroically changed the subject by knocking over a soup bowl. Willow said later she knew it was intentional. I denied everything. By the third dinner, Daniel had started correcting millionaire Wang's blood pressure medication schedule. By the fourth, Misty had learned not to cry every time he called her Mrs. Wang. By the fifth, he accidentally said Mom when asking her to pass vinegar. The room froze. Misty burst into tears. Daniel turned red. David whispered, "Congratulations, you triggered the flood." I kicked him under the table. Then Misty hugged Daniel. Daniel sat stiffly for 3 seconds. Then slowly hugged her back. Millionaire Wang turned away and pretended to drink tea. His hands shook. As for me, I looked at Willow. She was smiling. A small smile. Real. Worth everything. David's situation was different. He spent half his time with Elena at South Harbor and half in Orange City, helping lawyer Mu organize digital evidence. He had become annoyingly useful. One night, he came to our apartment holding a folder. I was on the sofa eating grapes. Willow was reviewing Liu Group documents. Domestic Bliss, Wealthy Family Edition. David dropped the folder on the coffee table. I have a question. I looked at the folder suspiciously. If this is another secret birth record, I'm leaving. It's not. Good. It's my formal cooperation agreement with regulators. Less good. David sat down. They're recommending leniency because I voluntarily disclosed evidence, cooperated, and was coerced. That's good. He frowned. Is it? I blinked. Usually when prison is reduced, yes. He looked at his hands. Do I deserve leniency? That kind of question. The annoying moral kind. I sat up. Willow looked over too. David said, people online are calling me brave. Some call me a criminal. Some call me baby C like I'm a trending topic instead of a person. His mouth twisted. I did access the archive illegally. I did take Diego's money indirectly. I did give Makoto a fake copy knowing it might escalate things. Then I got praised because it worked. He looked at me. When does redemption stop being luck? The room went quiet. I looked at Willow. She nodded slightly. This one was mine. Great. I hated wisdom. I leaned forward. David, do you think I became decent because I planned it? He stared. No offense, but no. Correct, I wanted money and distance. Willow dragged me into being useful. Willow said calmly, accurate. I continued, redemption isn't a pure starting point. It's what you do after seeing the damage clearly. David frowned. That sounds too easy. It's not, because seeing clearly hurts. He lowered his head. Willow added, and because you do not get to decide when others forgive you. David's jaw tightened. But you can decide whether you keep telling the truth. I pointed at her. That what she said, more elegant. David was silent for a long time. Then he asked, should I sign? I looked at him. Do you understand it? Yes. Did lawyer Mu review it? Yes. Does it require you to tell the truth? Yes. Then sign. He picked up the pen, paused, then signed. Just like that. No music. No applause. Just ink on paper. Sometimes redemption came with paperwork after all. After signing, David leaned back. I'm scared. I tossed him a grape. He caught it automatically. Good means you're awake. He stared at the grape, then ate it. Willow sighed. You two are impossible. David looked at her. Thanks, sister-in-law. Willow froze. I froze. David froze. The word hung there. Sister-in-law. Not Miss Liu. Not Willow. Family. David's ears turned red. I mean, Willow looked down at her papers. Her voice was calm. But her lips curved. I saw it. David saw it too. He looked away, embarrassed. I grinned. Say it again. No. Come on. No. Sister-in-law sounded nice. I'll delete your bank records. Family resemblance is strong, threatening me financially like Willow. Willow lifted her eyes. Do you want dinner or not? I immediately behaved. Mostly. That night after David left, Willow and I stood on the balcony. Not too close to the railing. Obviously, she had installed a waist-high safety barrier after the ferry incident. I had complained. She had said, fall once, renovate once. Fair. The city lights shimmered below. For once, no sirens. No unknown numbers. No villain messages. Just wind. Willow leaned against me. Are you still thinking about leaving? I looked at her. Leaving. The country, the yacht, your beach life. I thought about it. Honestly, the answer surprised me. Sometimes. Her fingers tightened slightly. I continued, but now when I imagine it, you're there. She looked up. And David complains about the Wi-Fi. Daniel tells everyone to wear sunscreen. Misty sends too much food. Dad asks if the island has investment potential. Clara wants a garden. Alina paints by the sea. Willow's eyes softened. And me. I smiled. You manage my bank cards so I don't buy a second yacht. She laughed. A real laugh. No fear. No grief. Just Willow. I leaned down and kissed her forehead. Turns out I didn't want to run away from family. I wanted to run away from being disposable. Her smile faded gently. You're not. I know. And for once I did. Not fully. Not perfectly. But enough. Behind us my phone buzzed. I stiffened. Willow stiffened too. We looked at each other. Then I checked it. Message from David. Group dinner Sunday. Mom wants to bring soup. Daniel says Clara should avoid salt. Misty says she'll cook fish. Prepare emotionally. I showed Willow. She smiled. Reply. I typed. Accepted. No secret identities allowed at dinner. David replied instantly. Too late for this family. I laughed. Willow leaned her head against my shoulder. The night was quiet. Our lives were still messy. The ending had not arrived yet. But for the first time, I believed it could be positive. Not because fate became kind. Because we stopped letting fate ride alone. Diego Wang's trial began 6 weeks after the public hearing. By then, Orange City had already eaten the scandal for breakfast, lunch, dinner. midnight snacks and emotional dessert. Every day, some new headline appeared. Wang Group reorganizes board after evergreen scandal. Liu Group Chairman Landon, Liu steps down pending investigation. Lost Wang heir Daniel Suit refuses executive role. Hidden Liu's son Elias Liu reunites with birth mother. George Wang, also known as Noah Shin, says he is still tired. That last headline was technically my fault. A reporter had asked me how I felt about justice moving forward. I said tired. They printed it. Journalism. The courthouse was packed the morning of Diego's trial. Reporters lined the steps. Police held back crowds. Online commentators were already reviewing everyone's outfits. Apparently, my tie was too relaxed for a man with 4 identities. Rude. Willow fixed that same tie in the car. You look fine, she said. I look like a defendant. You are a witness. Witnesses can look guilty. You always look guilty. That's just my face around institutions. She smiled slightly, but her fingers paused at my collar. I knew that pause. Fear. Not the panicked kind. The quiet kind. The kind that had lived in her bones since the last life. I covered her hand with mine. No fires today. Her eyes lifted to mine. No vaults. No railings. No oxygen tanks. No secret maternity homes. No unknown fairy accountants. She exhaled slowly. Don't joke. I'm not. I made a very specific safety list. Willow stared at me for 2 seconds. Then she leaned forward and rested her forehead against my chest. Just for a moment. In public, Willow Liu was cold enough to freeze the stock market. In private, she was still learning she did not have to hold the sky alone. I wrapped my arms around her. Together, I said. She whispered, together. Then David knocked on the car window. Hard. I rolled it down. He leaned in. Are you two emotionally finishing soon? Daniel says we're late. I looked past him. Daniel stood on the sidewalk checking his watch. Very doctor. Very judgmental. I said we're preparing mentally. David looked at Willow's arms around me. Is that what you call it? Willow lifted her head calmly. David. He straightened immediately. Yes, sister-in-law. Progress. Beautiful progress. We entered the courthouse together. Not symbolically. Literally. Willow held my hand. Daniel walked beside Misty and millionaire Wang. David supported Alina. Clara came in a wheelchair pushed by a nurse, pale but awake. When she saw the courthouse doors, her hand trembled. I crouched beside her. Mom. She looked at me. I spent 25 years afraid of men like him. I nodded. Today he should be afraid of you. Her eyes softened. You always talk like that. Unfortunately, yes. She smiled. Small. Tired. Real. Inside the courtroom, Diego sat at the defense table. He looked thinner but not broken. Men like Diego did not break easily. They calcified. When he saw all of us enter together, his eyes moved from face to face. Daniel. David. Elena. Clara. Willow. Me. For once no smile appeared. Good. He had finally noticed. The people he had separated had arrived as one. Clara testified from the witness stand, with a doctor seated nearby. Her body was still weak. Her voice too. But the courtroom listened, as if every word had weight. Because it did. The prosecutor asked, Ms. Shen, Did you work at St. Agnes Home 25 years ago? Yes. Did you know Diego Wang? Yes. Can you tell the court what you witnessed? Clara looked at Diego. For the first time, I saw fear cross her face. Then she looked at me. Noah. George. Her son. She breathed in. I witnessed illegal infant transfers, she said. Hospital files were altered. Mothers were deceived. Children were moved under false identities. Diego Wang was involved. Diego's lawyer stood. Objection, speculation. The judge said, the witness may testify to what she personally observed. Clara nodded. I saw him meet with administrators. I saw money delivered. I saw records removed. I saw the original file for the Wang child altered. I saw Elena Liu's child transferred without her consent. Elena closed her eyes. David held her hand. Clara continued. When I tried to report it, I was threatened. Later, Diego forced me to give up my own child. The prosecutor asked gently, your child being? Clara looked at me. Noah Shen, the man known as George Wang. Every eye turned toward me. I stared at the table. Willow's hand found mine. The prosecutor asked, did you place your son in the Wang family as part of Diego Wang's scheme? Clara's voice shook. No, I placed him there because Diego gave me no safe choice. I believed the Wangs would protect him better than I could. I left records behind so one day he would know the truth. Diego's lawyer began cross-examination. He was good. Of course he was. Expensive villains bought expensive lawyers. Ms. Shen, he said, you admit you falsified records. Yes. You admit you hid evidence. Yes. You admit you gave up your child and allowed another family to raise him under false pretenses. Clara closed her eyes briefly. Yes. The lawyer stepped closer. Then why should the court trust you now? The room went silent. Clara opened her eyes. Because I am no longer hiding from what I did. The lawyer paused. She continued. I was afraid. I made wrong choices, but I am here saying them out loud. Diego Wang is here because he was caught. The courtroom shifted. Even the judge looked up. Clara's voice grew stronger. There is a difference between guilt and power. I had guilt. He had power. He used both. The lawyer had no immediate response. I wanted to stand and applaud. I did not. Courtrooms disliked that. But under the table, Willow squeezed my hand. She understood. Clara had won her moment. Makoto testified on the third day. When he entered, the courtroom went quiet in a different way. Clara had been fragile. Elena had been wronged. David had been conflicted. Daniel had been steady. Makoto was something else. A villain who had survived long enough to become a witness. He walked to the stand in a plain suit, escorted by police. His face was pale, but his eyes were clear. The prosecutor asked him to state his name. Makoto. Full legal name. He paused, then said Makoto Shen. A murmur ran through the courtroom. The nanny's surname. Not Wang. Not the stolen identity. His own. That was the first surprise. The second came later. The prosecutor asked, did Diego Wang instruct you to impersonate the Wang family's biological son? Yes. Did you know you were not their son? At first no, later yes. When did you learn? Before returning to the Wang family. The courtroom stirred. Misty lowered her head. Millionaire Wang's jaw tightened. Makoto did not look at them. He continued, Diego told me the truth. then told me it didn't matter. He said identity was a tool. If I took the role well enough, it would become real. The prosecutor asked, "Why did you agree?" Makoto's mouth twisted. "Because I wanted what he said I was owed." "And what was that?" "Everything." The word landed heavily. Then came the hospital attack. The forged evidence. The threats against David. The use of Helena Park. The fake hostage video. The East Bay fire from the previous life was not admissible, obviously. Try telling a judge about rebirth. Even I had limits. But Makoto testified to something grounded. Diego had often referenced previous outcome reports, burn after extraction, and evergreen blood contingency. Enough to show long-term premeditation. Then Diego's lawyer rose. He circled Makoto like a shark in Italian leather. "Mr. Shen, you expect this court to believe you are remorseful." "No." "Convenient. You committed crimes and now you blame Diego Wang." "I blame myself too." The lawyer smiled. "But reporting Diego benefits you, doesn't it?" "Yes." "So your testimony is self-serving." Makoto looked at him. "Yes." The lawyer seemed momentarily satisfied. Then Makoto continued. "But lies served me longer." The room quieted. Makoto's eyes moved toward Willow. Only briefly. Then toward me. "I lied because it gave me a family name, money, revenge, a woman I thought I loved, a role big enough to hide how small I felt." His voice lowered. "It didn't make me real." No one spoke. He turned back to the lawyer. "So yes, truth may reduce my sentence, but that is not why it hurts." The lawyer frowned. Makoto said, "It hurts because it leaves me with myself." I looked at him then. Really looked. For a second, I saw the boy from the orphanage. The one Diego found. Fed. Twisted. Used. That did not erase what he had done. But it explained the shape of the wound. The judge called for recess soon after. As Makoto was led away, he passed our table. He stopped for half a second. His eyes met mine. "George." I looked up. He said quietly, "Tell David I'm sorry for threatening his father." David, standing behind us, answered before I could. "I heard." Makoto froze. David's expression was complicated. Not forgiving. Not cruel. Just honest. "I don't forgive you yet." Makoto nodded. "I know. But I hope you don't waste the truth." Makoto's face changed. Then he gave the smallest bow. "I won't." He was led away. Willow watched him go. There was no longing in her eyes. No old attachment. Only grief for what had been broken before it ever had a chance to grow straight. I leaned toward her. "You okay?" She nodded. Then, after a second, corrected herself. "No." "Good." Still honest. I took her hand. "Me neither." And somehow that was enough. The verdict came after 9 days. Guilty. Not on every charge. Law was not fiction. It did not tie every thread neatly just because the plot demanded it. But Diego was found guilty on enough. Enough that his remaining years would be spent behind walls he did not control. Enough that the Wang and Liu families could begin civil actions. Enough that St. Agnes, Gray River, Evergreen, and all connected illegal transfers would be permanently investigated. Enough that no one could call it rumor anymore. The judge read the sentence. Diego's face did not change. 28 years. Additional financial penalties. Asset seizure. Further investigations pending. 28 years. The courtroom inhaled. Misty cried quietly. Millionaire Wang closed his eyes. Alina held David's hand. Daniel stared straight ahead. Clara whispered something I could not hear. Willow did not move. I watched Diego. For the first time since meeting him, he looked old. Not defeated, but old. As he was taken away, he turned toward me. The guards paused. Diego looked at me and smiled faintly. You think this makes you real? The courtroom went quiet. Of course. One last sentence. One last blade. Classic Diego. My old self might have joked, or flinched, or pretended not to care. But I was very tired, and very done. So I stood. No. His eyes narrowed. I said, it makes you convicted. Someone in the gallery choked. Maybe a laugh. Maybe shock. I continued, me being real was never your decision. Diego's smile vanished. Good. The guards took him away. No explosion. No fire. No hidden gun. No last-minute escape. Just footsteps. Handcuffs. A door closing. Honestly, it was less dramatic than I expected, and much more satisfying. Outside the courthouse, reporters surged. This time everyone spoke. Clara spoke first. Not long. Just enough. My son is alive. The truth is alive. That is enough for today. Alina said, children are not family assets. Daniel said, the medical system failed many people. I will support the investigation. David said, my name is David Liushen for now. I reserve the right to change it when I understand myself better. Reporters loved that. I loved it more. Willow spoke next. The Liu Group will cooperate with all investigations. We will establish an independent victims fund for families harmed by illegal adoption and identity manipulation connected to Evergreen. A reporter shouted, Miss Liu, what about your leaked diary? Willow's face did not change. I will not apologize for trying to prevent harm. Another reporter asked, do you still claim you were reborn? The crowd stilled. Willow looked at me, then smiled slightly. Some truths are for court, some are for family. Elegant, terrifying, perfect. Then they turned to me. Mr. Wang, Mr. Shen, what happens now? I looked at Willow, then at Daniel, David, Clara, Alina, Misty, and Millionaire Wang. What happened now? For months I had been reacting, running, dodging, surviving. Now the story had reached the strange part after victory, where everyone had to figure out how to live. I said, now we go home. A reporter shouted, which home? Good question. I smiled. All of them eventually. 1 month after Diego's sentencing, the Wang family hosted a banquet. Not a press banquet. Not a corporate banquet. A family banquet. Important distinction. No reporters. No investors. No board members. No dramatic returned heirs walking under chandeliers. Just family. And security. A lot of security. Willow said it was reasonable. I said 6 guards for a dinner sounded excessive. She said railings. I stopped arguing. The banquet was held at the Wang family estate. The same place where Makoto had once returned under flashing cameras and tried to humiliate me in front of everyone. This time the hall felt different. Smaller. Warmer. Maybe because there were no outsiders. Maybe because the people inside had stopped pretending not to be broken. Millionaire Wang stood at the head of the table. His hair had more gray now, but his voice was steady. Today, he said, is not a celebration of what happened. No one spoke. It is a celebration that we survived it without losing each other completely. Misty wiped her eyes already. Daniel handed her a tissue before she asked. Progress. Millionaire Wang looked at Daniel. Daniel, I know the Wang family name came too late. I will not force it on you. Daniel nodded. Thank you. But this home is open to you. Daniel's fingers tightened around his cup. I know. Misty looked like she might cry again. Daniel added softly, Mom. She cried. Of course. David whispered to me, flood warning. I whispered back, respect your elders. You first. Fair. Millionaire Wang looked at me next. George Noah. Hearing both names still felt strange. Less like confusion now. More like two hands holding one life. You were raised as my son. That has not changed. My throat tightened. He continued, if you still wish to leave the Wang group, I will not stop you. Willow's eyes slid toward me. David grinned. Daniel looked curious. Misty looked terrified. I sighed. Can everyone stop looking like I'm about to announce a terminal illness? David said, you might announce retirement. Exactly. Willow's expression was calm. Too calm. I knew that calm. She had prepared herself to let me choose. Even if it hurt. That made the choice harder. I stood. I originally wanted 500 million and a clean escape. David lifted his cup, still a good plan. Daniel said, financially questionable long-term depending on lifestyle. I pointed at him, doctor, not now. The table laughed softly. I continued. Then my wife tore up the divorce papers, confiscated my escape route, exposed a conspiracy, saved my life several times, and somehow turned my retirement plan into a family reconstruction project. Willow lowered her eyes. But she was smiling. So here is my decision. Everyone quieted. I will not take an executive role in the Wang group permanently. Misty's face fell slightly. I quickly added, but I will stay for 1 year to help stabilize the transition, assist Daniel if he wants to understand the business, and support the investigation cleanup. Daniel nodded slowly. That is reasonable. Thank you for your approval, real young master. He looked pained. David laughed. Then I looked at Millionaire Wang. As for shares, inheritance, all that messy stuff, Daniel's rights should be restored first, completely. Millionaire Wang started to speak. I raised a hand. But I won't reject everything. He paused. I smiled. I used to think accepting anything meant I was stealing from the real son. Now, I think family is not a pie chart. David muttered, rich people have pie chart trauma. I ignored him. If you want to give me something, give it openly, not as compensation, not as guilt, as family. Millionaire Wang's eyes reddened. I can do that. Misty covered her mouth. Willow looked at me like she was seeing something settle into place. Then Clara spoke from beside me. She had insisted on attending in person. The doctors protested. She ignored them. I now understood where I got my stubbornness. Noah. I turned. She held out a small box. This was yours. Inside was a tiny silver bracelet. A baby bracelet. Engraved with one word. Noah. My chest tightened. I kept it hidden, Clara said, even in Gray River. I picked it up carefully. It was so small. Proof that before I was useful to anyone, before I was fake or real or pawn or key, I had simply been a baby someone loved. Willow's hand covered mine. Clara looked at her. Thank you for bringing him back. Willow's eyes reddened. I was bringing myself back too. Clara nodded. I know. Then Alina raised her glass. To children who came home late. Silence. Then Daniel lifted his glass. To mothers who waited. David lifted his. To names returned. Misty lifted hers. To sons. Millionaire Wang lifted his. To family. Everyone looked at me. I lifted mine. To no more secret files. A pause. Then David said, unrealistic. Everyone laughed. Even Daniel. Even Clara. Even Willow. Especially Willow. Later that night after dinner, Willow and I walked through the estate garden. No reporters. No villains. No emergency calls. Just moonlight and the sound of her heels on stone. Very dangerous atmosphere for emotional honesty. She stopped near the pond. Far from the edge. Obviously. George. Oh. When this is over, I looked at her. It's nearly over. She nodded. When it is fully over, if you still want to travel, we can. I blinked. Wait. You said I was on the island in your imagination. I did. I'm holding you to that. My heart warmed. You know islands have railings, docks, boats. I will manage. Of course you will. She looked at me seriously. No running alone. I reached for her hand. No running alone. No deciding your life is worth less than someone else's. No deciding my life is worth less. No dying dramatically. That one depends on genre. George. Fine, no dying dramatically. She stepped closer. And no divorce. I smiled. Was that ever still on the table? For you, I like written confirmation. I leaned down until our foreheads touched. Willow Liu, reborn wife, plot destroyer, bank card manager, professional escape route blocker. Her lips curved. Yes. I'm not divorcing you. Her eyes shone. Good. I am, however, still interested in the yacht. We can discuss budget. There's my wife. She laughed softly. Then she kissed me. Gentle. Warm. Alive. No desperation this time. No fear that I would vanish. Just us. The moonlight over the Wang estate was quiet. For once, fate had nothing to say. And if it did, Willow would probably take notes, make a plan, and threaten it with legal action. As for me, I held her hand and thought that perhaps the ending was not one grand victory. Maybe it was this. A family sitting at the same table, even with scars. A mother saying the name she had saved for 25 years. A lost son calling someone mom. A redeemed brother signing his own paperwork. A wife no longer fighting time alone. And a fake young master finally understanding that being chosen could be more real than blood. We were not finished. Not yet. But we were close. And this time, the ending was going to be ours.